Hello and welcome to the Juan and I podcast. If you're enjoying the show, consider signing up for the Patreon. There you get ad-free content, early access, exclusive episodes, and monthly supporter hangouts. You can find it at patreon.com/the Juan on Juan podcast. If you don't like the subscription-based models, there are other ways of supporting the show that are linked in the description. Thank you for tuning in and enjoy this episode.
They said it was forbidden. They said it was dangerous. They were right. Introducing the paranoid American homunculus owner's manual. Dive into the arcane, into the hidden corners of the occult. This isn't just a comic. It's a hidden tome of supernatural power. All original artwork illustrating the groundbreaking research of Juan Ayala, one of the only living homunculologists of our time. Learn how to summon your own homunculus, an enigma wrapped in the fabric of reality itself, their power at your fingertips, their existence, your secret. Explore the mysteries of the Aristotelian, the spiritual, the Paracelsian, the Crowleyan homunculus. Ancient knowledge lost to time, now unearthed in this forbidden tale. This comic book holds truths not meant for the light of day. Knowledge that was buried, feared, and shunned. Are you ready to uncover the hidden? The Paranoid American Homunculus Owner's Manual, not for the faint of heart. Available now from Paranoid American. Get your copy at tjojp.com or paranoidamerican.com today.
Ancient gods in the sky, open up my third eye. Take a look, it's in the book, the Occult Book Club. They will go anywhere, but texts so rare and knowledge to share. The Occult Book Club. They will say anything from pages of old and secrets untold. The Occult Book Club. The Occult Book Club. The Occult Book
Recording audio. All right. 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to another episode of the Occult Book Club, number 14. And today we're going to be talking about the Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable, total, mind-controlled slave. All right.
Are you allowed to say slave? Can we talk? Can we say slave? Especially in the first 7 minutes, right?
Listen, I think it's 7 to 15 seconds, but we have an intro and all that stuff, so it won't really matter. But Thomas, you bring up a good point, because I've been bleeping out certain combinations of words lately on my videos on YouTube, and I'm not doing it because I want to. I'm doing it because if the video goes up anywhere else, like Rumble or Odyssey or Rockfin, or no one's gonna listen. No one's gonna watch it. So if you're on YouTube crying about, why is this censored? Nah, there's a black box over the screen. Blah, blah. Subscribe to the RSS feed or go check it out on Rumble. If you're catching this on YouTube and it's censored, welcome to YouTube, everybody. This is what YouTube is about being censored and not being able to say whatever you want. So if you want the fully uncensored version, the link to the Rumble version, fully uncensored, is in the description. I've gotten so many comments. Why would you censor these words? Because YouTube don't play that shit, bro. And if we get flagged and we get our channel taken away, then we can't be on YouTube. So
I didn't believe it. And trust me, man, Juan told me for I don't know how long. He was like, look, man, you can't put out a documentary on it. You just can't. You're not even allowed to say the word. I was like, that's not right, man, because I've got all the receipts. Here's the medical documentation. Here's a link to the actual study. Like, here's everything that proves that it's not conspiracy theory. And I didn't say anything salacious. There was nothing over the top. I didn't mention like, you know, Chuck E. Cheese or none of that. It was just 100% on the level. You know, shout out to my homies. And for whatever reason, they just kept banning it over and over and over. And at one point I was like, you know, I'm gonna save it as unlisted so I can send it to people and just see, you know, how that works out. And within like 24 hours of me hitting that save button as unlisted, it got flagged, it got banned. They took it down. I submitted. I was like, tell me what the problem is. And they linked me to,
and you got a strike too, Thomas. You got
yeah,
a
it was
strike
it was
for an unlisted video, and
right.
that's why
No one even saw it. No one at any point had ever even seen the video, but the fact that someone reviewed it and then saw that it wasn't just in draft, but it was actually saved as unlisted, it was just an automatic strike immediately. And I couldn't believe it, bro. And there was no one that would listen to me wench about it. So now everyone listening is my output. Thank you.
And this is why we or Thomas, whatever, it was an idea, suggestion, whoever, to put out this occult decode, because at the bottom of this you have these banned words and there's a screen share mode, because again they could potentially be screening the screen for words.
That's how they got me 100% unequivocally. I had a picture of a vial of a on the screen, and just because it had the word, there was no words, there was no audio or anything at the same time. It was just a picture of a vial of an actual image, and that's what I got flagged for, because it had the word on the screen. I'm trying to yeah, I could it's gonna be fun. Every time I say a word, I can see Juan take a step and like start writing. So this is gonna be like every time I want to take a break, I'll just say like watch, and he has to write it. Look, he's gonna write it.
I have to, yeah, I have to, but that's fine. We have the tech. Point being,
I'm gonna go light, man. I know it's not fun.
No. It's fine, dude. It's 100% fine. We're gonna go regular. And I have the tech to take that off in 1 second. So for those complaining, there's a Rumble version. There's the RSS feed version. Check it out on there, tjojp.com. You can find my RSS feed. I always post the links in the description. I don't know if Thomas has his RSS feed set up already. I know he has a Rumble, and
I think I'm on the way there, kind of. I don't know. We'll figure that out soon.
Anyways, welcome to YouTube, everybody. Also, another warning. This book, I don't know what Thomas made me read, but it's NSFW, not suitable for work. So I'm going to say that up front. We're going to say some wild things. I like to, you know, this is going to be one of those episodes that
if you're playing this for your customers and like your bookshop, maybe put the headphones on. Yeah,
turn
it back on Katy Perry.
This is not the episode to be playing out loud. I know people message me that they listen to me with their kids. That's awesome. I try to keep the language clean for everybody. And yeah, that's something I'll censor. Like like if I have a guest who's overly cussing or whatever, I'll take out a whole bunch of the words. I had somebody say, they said probably, I think 37 times. They said like another 40 something times. So I had to censor all that out like in one other episode, but you know, I'll clean up the language. I know there's sometimes
if it was 93 total fucks, it might have been some like magic going on, bro.
Right, they could activated a portal into another dimension. But this is going to be one of those episodes that's very dark. The content material itself is degenerate, so you've been warned, and it's going to be interesting to see how we even get this on YouTube, if it even makes it on there. But anyways, I'm glad we have that all out of the way. If make sure to get your homunculus owner's manual. We're gonna be getting into the. We're gonna be getting into the
off the lens, bro.
Yeah, sorry, bro. It's actually just so gonna get the homunculus. Is that inverted for you? It's inverted for me on my camera.
It looks right for me.
So homunculus owner's manual, tjojp.com. The link is on there. Published by Paranoid American Comics. He also has a whole bunch of other stuff. We have The Chosen Juan. We have the Occultus Mundi. You can get your subscription to Paranormality Magazine. I was on issue 26. You can find the link in the description or use promo code TJOJP.com. We also have the Kickstarter too for issue 2 of The Chosen Juan. Links down below. And yeah, follow the show. Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Join the Telegram, join the Discord, all that stuff. What do you got to plug, Thomas?
Well, I just want to mention this episode in particular was the main inspiration, and this is for Time Samplers issue 3. This is probably my favorite. I don't know, for whatever reason, man. Every time I do a comic series, issue 3 is always my favorite issue, no matter what. Maybe I'm doing it intentionally, like I'm predictive programming myself or something. But in issue 3 of Time Samplers, out of many things that it covers, it breaks down the research we're about to talk about. So if you already know the research, you can almost just take a look at this. Here's your memory palace. This is how to create a complete mind control slave. This one spread, in my best possible effort, summarizes the entire 600-page book that we're about to get into. So this 2-page spread is my best way of YouTube friendly showing what are we doing, dude?
Trying out new tech, bro. I don't know what's going on.
So anyway, I'll refer back to this once we get into this aspect of it. But if you're interested at all in this, here is Time Samplers series. It's the best comic book series you'll ever read, and that is 100. I think it was last time we talked about this, 400% your money back. If you are not 100% satisfied, Juan said that he personally
Juan nothing, bro.
Juan will send you 4 times whatever you spend. So if you buy a comic book from paranoidamerican.com and you send like $100 and just say, hey, the extra 96 or whatever is for you to keep, and then you don't like it, Juan has to pay you $400 in return.
You'll get these. That's what you'll get.
This is how much Juan believes in Paranoid American as a whole. So.
Listen, I'm already doing enough by being up here with you, so don't push your luck, buddy. All right. But yeah, check that out. ParanoidAmerican.com, Patreon.com/the101 podcast, Patreon.com/ParanoidAmerican. So, all righty. Now that we got that out of the way, ranting for 9 minutes, and
well, let me start with a question. Have you ever heard of Fritz Springmeier before this, or Cisco Wheeler?
Let me ask you a question, Thomas. All right, reverse Uno card. And yes or no, we'll get into it. Do you believe?
Why do you ask?
Yes or no? We'll get into the specifics, but do you believe in this stuff?
Does it have to be yes or no?
Yes.
Why?
Because just yes or no.
Why?
Because I want to know how you feel about it. Because I know that you're like not into the.
I'm just messing with you because it's like whoever answers the first question loses, and you just lost a couple times.
Who cares? So what are your?
So I'm gonna say, if you just stopped me on the street and you held the book up and you were like, "Do you think this is true?" I'd have to say no, and I don't want to lose anyone before everyone starts unsubscribing, call me a shill and everything. And I did just get my latest Scottish Rite card in the mail today, so whatever that's worth.
Yikes!
But I feel that the research this is based on is
Illuminati
true.
confirmed.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, just keep doing it, dude. But I feel like the premise this book is based on, it's like someone read the actual information about MKUltra and consider too. This is written in like the mid 90s, I believe, and it was maybe the dawn of the internet. It's not like anyone was going on YouTube and watching a bunch of conspiracy videos and coming back with all this MKUltra research, right? So you kind of already had to be a little bit into some esoteric research to even have the type of information that Fritz had when he wrote this book. So with that said, I think the research that he was into is 100% correct, but he almost was like, okay, if this is what they were doing in the 50s and 60s, and then all of the documentation just cuts out for the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I think Fritz, in a way, in this book, fills in those gaps. He's like, and here's what I think happened, in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Now, I don't know if his like him filling in the gaps is 100% accurate, but at the same time, if someone came back and they were like, actually it is, here's video footage, and and it's not AI because here's the AI algorithm that said that the AI wasn't AI. So anyway, like, even if you were to show me that, I'd be like, okay, it doesn't surprise me that our government actually did that. But some of the claims are so very specific, and like the political value of being able to have this tape, it would be like Black Book, right? Like if you had any of the things to back some of this stuff up, you could take entire dynasties down. Well, that said, I mean, dynasties still exist, right? Bush family and Clinton family, like they're still got plenty of political power. So, so, and then also not, we have to point this out that Fritz, I think, 10 years or 20 years after writing this and publishing this, he ends up going to jail for armed bank robbery and tries to appeal it. And I don't know the whole, like, I tried to look into it. I just didn't care enough, but I would love if we could even like get him on or talk to him, and if he wants to even hash a fraction of that out. But it feels like it's either character assassination or, you know, this is the writings of somebody that was a very frustrated individual and then also committed armed bank robbery. So with all of that in context, when you read this, it maybe makes a little bit more sense. I'm not throwing shade at all. In fact, I'm the one that suggested this. And whenever anyone asks me, hey, what's like the craziest conspiracy theory book that you think I should read? If they've already gotten into like the Manly Palmer Hall, or for maybe they're not into that, they want more of like the Mad Magazine, Crack Magazine, you know, Suicide Squad style. This is the book, bro. This is the one. And that's the reason that I've got, you know, time samplers almost existed as a way to take this type of research exactly and boil it down into something that's a little bit more understandable and approachable.
I had never heard of Fritz. I thought he had passed. I thought this was like an older book. I thought this was from, I mean, it couldn't have been that old. I know it's pretty dated, some of the information in it. It's from
I'm pretty sure it's 90s.
96, I believe. 96. There's not a lot of information either on like the actual book itself online, but yeah, 96 from what I'm seeing, and I hadn't heard about him. And then when I had looked him up to try and get a little bit of like a background on this guy, there's really not a lot of information on him, but we know a person, right? Donut, shout out to Donut, who's actually had him on before. So he's an actual guy born in 1955. He's 68 years old, and he's in Kansas, I guess is where
I actually just saw that there was like a GoFundMe that was started late last year, that he had some kind of a medical issue coming out of anesthesia or something, but they got like an active GoFundMe, and with a bunch of comments as much as 30 days ago saying like, get better, Fritz. So I don't know if it's legit. It looked like it was somewhat legit, but it seems like he's still around too.
Yeah, he has a
shout out Fritz. Hope you pulled through, man. Whatever's going on, dude.
Yeah, shout out to him, because I thought even about getting, I believe this is his website. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe
it's hard to tell, right? Like anything that comes up, someone could just be saying that it's him. It's really hard to know exactly like what he's doing these days.
So I hadn't, and check out the Wikipedia, is an American author of conspiracy theory literature who has written a number of books claiming that a global elite who belong to satanic bloodlines are conspiring to dominate the world. He has described his goal as, quote, exposing the new world order agenda. Now, when you said earlier about recommending stuff to people, I think Manly P. Hall, that's more like the esoteric occult magic side of it. And
you got to figure out where someone's at.
Yeah, but you can't give him this book, bro. Like, to start off, you can't give him this book. Are you crazy?
Maybe.
No.
I have before.
Oh, you degenerate. Oh,
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'd be like that YMCA counselor where someone brings you their baby and they're like, hey, I heard that we can bring, and I'm just like, before you finish your sentence, I just throw them in the deep end, and it's just like, yeah, they figure it out.
As you're like signing him up for the class, you just chuck the baby into the water. Yeah, I don't think this is pretty heavy as far as like conspiracy stuff. And really, when I first started my whole like podcasting stuff, I was really more interested in the more like what I would consider the conspiracult. It's like the mixture between almost kind of sort of not QAnon 100%, right? Like I think QAnon is kind of dumb, right? But like that line of thinking,
kind of dumb. Wow, you're leaving a little bit of room there for fans, right?
It's kind of retarded. All right, Paranormal. It's retarded.
Don't want to lose your Patreons.
No. I don't think any of my patrons are like heavy Q people, but the concept of the elites worshiping like miscellaneous gods, I can get behind that. But then when they step it up to like other stuff, like Trump is the Messiah, or JFK
King 33 ritual with Jane Shelby Downard.
No, that I can get behind. I like that. Like
really?
Mystical autonomy. Yeah, that I'm cool with.
You know what, man? I'm fairly rational, I think, in the context of conspiracies and occult and stuff. Like, I think you believe way more than I believe. I'll just throw that out there. I think you believe a lot more, like a metric,
like what?
ton more.
Like what, bro? Like what?
Let's get into that in another episode. That might be a fun little series of just like
All
let's
right.
call out Juan and all of his beliefs.
Okay. All
But
right.
I do feel that on some of the things in this book, you might be like, okay, that's obviously BS. I feel like I might be able to sell you on some of it. And like I'll just throw an example like the woodpecker grid. When you're like, oh, is the woodpecker grid really real? And maybe not in the exact way that it's described here, but I could point to the exact research that it's based on to Israel. So I mean, in that regard, man, some of the wild speculation I think is actually justified a little bit. So as we get to it, I'm going to point those specific parts out, and I'd like to,
Yeah.
whenever you get to something and you're like, okay, this is the part that's clearly not true, I want to like first to both call it out and maybe see like if either of us are swayed either way.
So right off the bat, when I was reading this, and it's a heavy read, there's one word he provides you with a glossary of words that he's gonna write glossary of how basic terms are used in this book. Now, before we get there, I always go down to the sources of this book, and this dude's even calling out like people. He's got I believe addresses and a whole bunch of stuff in this book. This dude's going hard in the paint. But this is my favorite here. So bibliography, sources, and I mean pull it over here. So bibliography and sources, and check this out, bro. So this is he provides stuff, but numerous professional papers, personal accounts about slaves, unpublished paperwork, tapes, interviews, therapists, books on mind control, books on associated topics such as PTSD, the mind, hypnosis, drugs, witchcraft, and the various aspects of the. So, a lot of trust me, bros, right? I mean, we got some stuff here, but the top, we got a little bit of a trust me, bros here, right? Like numerous professional. Okay, sure, whatever. And he starts it off with the typical, right? Warning: read this before reading this book. And I think that's like a not clickbaity, but I don't know, man. I one of the things that turns me off about like this sort of thing, because I've heard about like the mothers of darkness and all these crazy ideas, and you're talking to the homunculus guy, right? But there's always that one little piece, even if it all sounds like BS, there's always that one little piece in the back of your mind that you go, this sounds really ridiculous. Sounds crazy, the stuff that he talks about in this book. But there's a possibility for it. There's a possibility for, and with the homunculus stuff, like we know that they're creating entities in labs without a mother or father, like synthetic embryos and all that stuff. So that's a possibility. Now, were they doing it in the 16th century or prior to that? That's up for debate. But in this book, when he starts to get into and I just want to say that he talks about moon children also in homunculus in this book. But if they're a homunculus to me, and I said this recently on a podcast, it could be as simple as a royal bloodline, and by royal bloodline I'm talking about like strong political influencers, right? Like you mentioned the whatever, insert your elite family here.
Right, the 13 bloodlines.
The 13 bloodlines.
Name them all. It's like the RZA, the Jizza, the Old Dirty Bastard, Inspector Deck, You Got Ghostface Killer,
and
Raekwon the Chef.
And them planning the birthday of one of their heirs, right? By them astrologically aligning that embryo or baby's birthday, whatever, that could be considered a sort of moonchild. That's a ritual in itself, and that's as simple as a homunculus can get. Now, obviously, there's the alchemical, all this craziness, woo woo. Yes, that's part of it too, but remember, even Crowley in the 20th century wrote about this. You had Parsons also partaking in this sort of, and Parsons was a pretty smart guy from what I've read. He was pretty smart, so he was believing in this sort of stuff too. So the idea of a homunculus or moonchild is as simple as aligning this family member from this royal bloodline, right, for it to be favorable for him later on in life, whatever, to be aligned to have this. And then we're going to do a C-section too. We're going to make sure he comes out at 3:33 in the morning on, 4/20 or whatever it is, like whatever, insert whatever birthday, right? So Now, with that said,
And the baby does a little secret handshake on the way out of the womb. It like slides the thumb down to the right knuckle, right?
so he right off the bat, the first page, right near the beginning, warning: read this before reading this book. If there's any chance you, the reader, have had mind control done to you, you must consider the following book to be dangerous. And I was like, this made me think, bro. I go, what if I?
What? Let's go, man. Let's find out if I'm gonna
What
just
if-
snap it. Everyone.
You know what I'm saying? Like what? I'm like, bro, I was listening to the PDF, like, and I have this PDF reader, and I was listening to it, like, mowing the lawn, and he's going on about, like, all this craziness. I'm like, yo, am I about to, like, snap and just, like, not remember anything? Like, what? Like, I'm like a total mind control slave, whatever. Like, because that's what turns me off about these sometimes stories that you have of, because, dude, a child, right? A child, my son, he's 5 years old. And when I tell him, oh, let's watch a documentary about Bigfoot or aliens or whatever, the first thing he always asks me for, where's the pictures? Like, where are they going to get them on camera?
Yeah.
A little child is like, as soon as I tell him, he's like, where's the dog man?
Well, because it's just old. It's just like white dudes talking to the camera for 2.5 hours. It's the same thing with like the gold TV shows, right? 3 seasons in, you're like, so how much gold have they found?
You know what I'm saying? So, yes, we can listen and read these stories. And this dude said some wild stuff in this book, like crazy stuff that you think about. And then another aspect that turns me off about it is the names. The Grand Council of the Druid Order of the
And well, he doesn't make
Sacks.
that up, man. That one in particular that you're making fun of, which deserves to be made fun of a little bit. I'm almost positive that comes from a guy named John Todd, and John Todd was sort of a slightly like one generation back, maybe he might have been contemporary with Fritz, but John Todd claimed that he was born into like one of these high level Druid, Illuminati bloodlines. Like his family was in the top 10. Yeah, bro. I got a book somewhere behind me of him. And it's called The John Todd Experience. An ex-Druid Illuminati member tells all or something.
Was a primary source for many
Yeah,
Chick
bro.
publication. Works against Dungeons and Dragons.
So he's anti-D&D, anti-Catholic, anti-Christian rock, because he actually thinks that Christian rock is satanic, which isn't it just he's a fun guy, bro. I'm sure he like shows up and everyone's like, the party's here, right? But John Todd ends up influencing Chick Tracts, and then the Chick Tracts and John Todd combined, I would say probably influenced Fritz. I might have some of that wrong. Please, Fritz, come on so we can figure out like where all the inspiration, everything came from, because I really think this particular book, and I guess let's say that Fritz just was summarizing a bunch of stuff. Let's say that all of it's real and he had all the footage and all the books and he talked to the people. At no point does he say like, and here's what I think. It's like, here's what's happening based on my research and me talking to these people. And I'm going to assume that when he was talking to these people, it was just like whatever they say is truth, and I'm going to write it as such. Because there's nowhere in the book where it's like, and so-and-so said this, but then I followed up and asked them, well, what about X, Y, and Z? And then they said that, like, it doesn't have that. It's just like, here's the 13 bloodlines. Here's where they poke you. Here's how long they keep you in the dark while they're poking you. Like, that's kind of how it's almost
This is what
written
they
out
do
like
to
a
you
manual.
as they dunk you in a bucket full of feces and hold your head down as they let you watch us murder somebody in front of you, right? And we decapitate them, and then we give that to the little child that's standing there. And yeah.
So let me ask you, since you just jumped in head first into the bucket of feces. But I mean, when someone's like, yo, have you heard this wild thing called drip where like Hillary and Huma Baden like cut off a little girl's face and they wear it and it's nuts, and then there's like dudes in the corners jerking off. Wow, 2020 is like the craziest time ever, right? You know what I mean?
That edition is new to me. There's a dude in the corner jerking
off.
Well,
I assume so.
Okay. All right.
I'm embellishing a little bit. I'm fritzing it a little bit.
All right.
But I mean, when someone says that and it's like, man, Frazzled, that's wild. if you've read this book first, you're just like, oh, you must be on chapter 2. That's cool. Keep reading. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, chapter whatever, chapter 33.
Oh, you're just at the face part.
Sodomy by directed energy weapons. Yeah, you haven't gotten there. Yeah, that's my favorite part. I was like, dude, when I heard that, I was like, oh, like, I was so mind blown. I was like, what did I just hear? What did you just say? So
Again, I don't know, man. I see your point where maybe this isn't the best book to be like, hey, are you just new and getting into
absolutely
conspiracy?
not.
But at the same time, I don't know. I would feel ripped off if I went like 15, 20 years into conspiracy theory research earnestly. Like you're reading about King and you get to James Shelby and you get to, all of these different authors. And then 20 years go by and then you're like, wait, I've never heard of a directed energy sodomy weapon. Like why did no one bring this up? So you're welcome. We're letting you know that this is the book that's got kind of, I mean, there's nothing new under the sun, I guess is what I'd say. Is like all the weird QAnon theories and stuff, it's rehashed. And even the stuff in this book is rehashed. This isn't new. They're just retelling stories that kind of like have been told over the years. And I think that aspect, it's like where these stories started from, there's definitely a connection. If you go back to 1700s, probably newer, but 1700s, like they were doing wild stuff. It was the Frederick of wherever that had the 14,000 pickle punks and like people were into weird stuff that goes way outside the range of this book. So it's not just like someone turned that switch off for 100 years and then flipped it back on in 2016, right? So that's where we're at. That's where this book kind of fills that gap in.
They were into weird butt stuff all along, dude, like from the beginning. And again, this is coming from the homunculus guy who reads some really weird grimoires. So when I
didn't even know about this until Paranoid American pointed it out.
And I didn't know about it till Paranoid American brought it up. I heard you mention, I think you had mentioned it quite a few times before.
I try to spread the gospel as much. I evangelize this book as much as I can.
This is not the way to spread the gospel, bro. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So let's get into here. I highlighted a couple of parts out. We're gonna take it in chronological order from the beginning all the way towards the end. There was a lot of stuff. I know he gets into like some patents towards the end. He also goes on a huge section on what's the dude's name? Graham. He's dead now, right? Graham.
Oh, yeah, Billy Graham, I think.
Billy Graham.
No, was it Billy Graham?
Yeah, it was Billy Graham. He's definitely dead. Yeah, he's dead as so yeah,
and that folds into the Christian rock angle too, I think, a little bit.
Let's see what I have here. All right. So before we get into it, one of the particular words that he says quite a bit, because he has this whole glossary of words, how I had showed at the beginning. The main one that really gets tossed around a lot, which I'm going to read the whole definition of it because it's pretty important in the book, and once you pick it up, you'll understand. He uses altar a lot. That's the main, if anything. He uses a lot of the other words, right? Councils, Illuminati. We have satanic, SRA. I'm gonna have to censor that for YouTube. Monarch programming system, multiple personality deity, new world order, right? Just the greatest hits, really. But altar takes the cake on this one because he uses this one the most. And an altar, our usage is trying to follow the programmer's usage of this word. And the programmers, I mean, yeah, we'll get there. A disassociated part of the mind which has a separate identity and is given Q codes by the mind control programmers to trigger that disassociated part of the mind to come.
Wait, did you just say Q codes?
Okay. CUE. Q.
Yeah, but if it sounds the same, it's the same thing. That's how it works.
Oh, really? Okay. So disassociated part of the mind to come to the front of the mind. The altar's identity may be a gem, rock, a tape recorder, a poodle, a white kitten, a dove, a horse, or even think of itself as a person or a demon. Yeah. It all depends on its programming. An altar is different from an altar fragment in that the altar fragment is a disassociated part of the mind which serves only a single purpose. The programmers will give an altar a history and ensure that shadow altars provide a full range of accessible emotions. Sometimes the distinctions between altars and altar fragments is vague, but examples from the two ends of the spectrum are easy to tell apart. We use the word altar in this book to conform to what programmers' charts are encoding as altars. A typical main Mengele created grid would be a grid of 13 by 13 principal A coded altars, which is 169 principal altar personalities. And I want to read this stuff so you can get a feel as to how the book kind of gets, like, he starts throwing in all this lore, like this extra lore. I'm like, all right.
Well, hold on. Let's stop on that one, because I think that's a great example of, I think there's so much specificity here where it's like there's exactly, 13 by 30, like that's the part where it's like, all right, man, where was that in the bibliography? Is there like a footnote that says, and then here's where that
no footnotes.
That part's not in there. But I think that if you take it from like a symbolic standpoint, which maybe it's not written that way, but you're clearly getting that we're not talking about 5 altars or even like 20, right? Like I don't know how old some of the people that are listening, but like the old, I remember in the 80s and 90s, like Sally Jesse Raphael and like Ricky Lake and like all of the early morning talk shows, all of them had at least 1 or 2 episodes with someone that had like 20 personalities. And it was almost like a game of like, oh, but Sally Jesse Raphael's got someone that had 60 personalities. Yeah, bro. But Jerry Springer, that dude had like 200. You know what I mean? So it's almost like the more personalities, the more impressive. But regardless, we're not talking about Juan and Juan's alter ego, or like Juan and like Grumpy Juan and Sad Juan and, Fun Juan. There's probably some fun mascot names in there. But anyways, Jumpin' Juan. But once you get to like all of the different range, we're talking hundreds of altars, and some of them are like single use, right? Some of it's just like a ketchup packet that you tear open and you use it and you throw it away and it's just gone forever.
And some self-destruct too, which is,
or maybe in this case it's like a hoarder, like you use it and then you just kind of throw it in the ground and it's there for the rest of your life, but it just has no use to you anymore.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. So it just again, it gets pretty weird. In Illuminati systems, and this, again, the lure, ceremonial altars will consist of 3 altars placed on a spinning pedestal together into triad goddesses or gods. That means that an A-coded altar on some levels is actually 3 altars spinning together, which must be locked in place to communicate with, and then rotated to communicate with the other 2. Yeah.
So to answer, I guess, what he's describing, which this isn't like proof that it's existing, but it's almost like, imagine there's 3 Juans right now. Like if I call up altar 7 of Juan, right? And you're like, and all of a sudden, like, so you like channel the Nick Cage version of the Juan altars, right? So it's like saying, like, once I can summon the Nick Cage Juan, now I know that, like, if I make him mad, then he'll turn into, I'm going to be a horrible freaking system of analogies, but like, yeah, he turns into like the Quentin Tarantino
Super
Juan,
Saiyan 4,
or
15,
that like
X,
but it's almost like it's like turning into certain like channels and then sub channels, or like going into like a Sam Tripoli's site and then picking which podcast you want to listen to. It's like categories. So like first you get Juan into this mode, and then you make him angry to get him into this like more specific version of that mode. And that's what he's describing here in a weird way, where it's like a system of 3. But just imagine if like you've got like the 3 heads, right? Or like Janice, and it's like I can just like spin your head a little bit one way, and now I get to talk to that one. And if I don't want to talk to that one anymore, I can spin it the other way. But he's outlining these rules where it's like I can't just be like, okay, I'm talking to Juan 7B, let me call up Juan 493B. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't work like that. You gotta like jump in and out of like folders, almost like you're going through like a computer system.
And I think that books like this and ideas like this is what turns people off to conspiracies, because there is some truth in conspiracy theories. Like as far as I believe that elite people are in control. We know that there's a system, there's a hierarchy. We know that, we see that throughout history, rulers, the people under them, and stuff like this.
Really? We're just talking about altars right now, man. We haven't even gotten into the...
bro, this is hard to swallow. It was a hard pill for me to swallow.
Explain to me how it's hard to swallow, though, because to me, the first time I even read this, I was like, oh yeah, that makes so much sense. It clicked, and I kept going. So what part of having altars is weird?
because so the reason it clicks for you is because we have so much to fill in when we're thinking about these ideas that yes, to the crazy person that wants to fill in the lore of this stuff, oh, no one, this makes
But see, but
perfect
I'm talking
sense.
about me reading this at like age 17 in the 90s
No, stoned?
online before.
Stoned?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man. That in
Okay.
itself is
You got me.
a way of of creating an undetectable total mind control
You got
control
me.
slave. If you really think about it, you know what I'm saying? Like these words, no, because seriously, because these words, it's like people who watch movies. Like look at that dude who watched The Matrix and killed his entire family because he thought they were all after. He was getting phone calls with cryptic messages and all that stuff. Like there's literally The Matrix
Hold on.
effects.
So let me just see if this makes it a little bit more believable. You got Nick Cage behind you, right? So if you went to
Don't you
Nick
dare
Cage,
disrespect Nick Cage.
if we went to Nick Cage and you were to just be like, I mean, this would be a dick thing to do. You know, you don't tell Jesus to just create miracles on the spot. But if you went to Nick Cage and you were like, hey, channel your character from Color of Space, or channel your character from Once Bitten, or channel your character,
Yeah.
like he could do that. And how many
Mhm.
characters do you think he can channel? Probably 100, right? At least.
You're
So
absolutely right. Yeah.
so here's a very practical way in Hollywood where some people make it their entire life's profession in creating altars and being able to jump in and out of it. And the most important part is that if you jump from one altar to the next, again, in like Nick Cage's world, right? If the character he was just in is like crying and angry, and then he jumps into another one, that other one, it wouldn't be accurate if he was still carrying over the emotion from the first one. Like
Mhm.
he might still have tears running down his face, he might still have blood in his cheeks, and like his heart rate might be elevated because those are the physiological side effects of that previous altar. The second you switch, that'll like return back to a different state or go into a new one based on the new altar. And it's, I mean, you know, that would be asking a character actor a lot to be like, okay, now give me crying. Okay, now give me laughing. You know what I mean? Like that might be some
Yeah,
MK Ultra on its side. But I'm making a good case that
you
there is
are.
proof
Yeah.
that someone can have hundreds of altars and be able to switch between them as needed. Now, that's if you intentionally are doing it because someone's paying you millions of dollars. Now imagine you're doing it because someone keeps hitting you with a cattle prod or like poking you with needles or something. Go ahead and
Yeah.
write that down,
I
3918.
did. No. It's I got it's a batch thing. You just type in the word and
Whenever I
boom.
talk, it's just like
It's a. I can already hear people. Why even upload this if it doesn't make? Go to Rumble. Check out the RSS feed. You won't regret it. So yeah, no, you're making an absolute great point when it comes to that. But then it's like the whole unsuspecting, and then you have. There's tons of interviews on and particular ones that I'm not gonna say any names, but you can look up like what are they called, the Daughters of Darkness, and there's various other ones that you could just listen to where it's just crazy. It sounds crazy. I mean, it sounds crazy.
look
Or
up like
like
John Bonacci, I think Paul Bonacci, John Bonacci, Johnny Gosh, like a lot of those stories. I think Paul Bonacci and the Franklin scandal and all of that ties into this Illuminati
I
mind
don't know about
control
that.
Fritz Spring. You don't know about Franklin scandal?
No, but then it gets
Welcome to
weird
the
because
next episode of Occult Book
no,
Club.
because it gets into people like what's that one dude from Above Majestic where it's like, and then they took me to the moon, and then they touched my butthole on the moon on the secret space program, and then I was dumped in the streets. After I was like, what? They took him to the moon to sign some paperwork to like the dark side of the moon. It's like you could see where you could get lost in the sauce. You know what I'm saying? Like,
But imagine, and we're talking about a kid, right? So imagine that this is happening in Hollywood, and someone's like, "Hey, bring that, private jet, bring the express, over to this Hollywood set. We've got a whole film set up with it looks like the moon. It's wild, and we got we got the astronaut suits. Do whatever you want with them there, because when they go back home and they're like." They tell the sheriff that, someone touched me on the moon. They're like, okay, kid, like go back to your
oh
parents. You know what I mean?
shoot, bro.
So, I mean, and tell me that they didn't have the resources to convince a kid that the Nesquik rabbit was in the room while they were doing something. And dude,
Damn, bro.
it sounds crazy, but I mean, I don't want to out anyone in particular here. This is,
No, and
I've got
let's be respectful about it. Like there's one.
well, here, I'll be respectful about this, but I just want to say that one of the top DNA. I just outed it, but it's okay. So one of the top marijuana strain growers that went to Amsterdam in like the mid 90s or whatever. I ended up hanging out with them a couple times, and I remember we just got like really blasted on like chocolate or something. I'm probably also giving away who they are, but so we get blasted, and he starts telling me this story. He's like, bro, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but when I was a kid, like me and my friends, like this crazy thing happened, and while it was happening, like there was someone in the room that was dressed up like Ronald McDonald, and there was another person that was dressed up like the Hamburglar, and we remember when we went and tried to tell our parents, like, hey, this really wild thing happened, and the Hamburglar was there. They were just like, oh, okay, you know what I mean? And maybe you don't go over to that person's house anymore, but clearly you're kind of making stuff up about it.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why those things are planted. So I mean, is it that hard to believe that someone could just put on a Hamburglar costume while something crazy is going on? So again, every time you're like, this is wild, I'm be like, hey, bro, here's a really easy explanation.
And this is why we're here to discuss this sort of thing, because that makes a lot of sense. Of like, yeah, make one part of this, and that's why I'm open to all. Like, that's why I'm open to all this, because how I always said, in the back of your mind, well, could that be possible? Well, discredit him. Well, what are we going to discredit him? Say that he went to the moon. No one's ever going to believe that. So it's like, yeah. And then how you're saying the moon, yeah, he went to the moon, some studio in Hollywood, in some freaking warehouse somewhere. Yeah, they took him to the moon.
So check this out too. There's on the TV show Community. Have you ever seen this show before?
No.
So the TV show Community, in season 3, they start this new storyline about the Greendale Air Conditioning Repair School. And basically it's almost like the HVAC repair school is like the Illuminati in the context of this TV show. And no one can get in. Like, you have to know someone to even be like tapped to get into the HVAC repair school. So one of the guys gets tapped. I think it's Donald Glover, Childish Gambino. But anyways, he gets tapped, and he has to like crawl through the HVAC vent and like navigate through the school. And then finally he gets into this like special secret room, and John Goodman's there, and he's got like a king's robe on him, and he's got a scepter, and he's sitting in this big, chair, and he's got like an astronaut on one side and like an Easter bunny on the other side. And he's like, welcome to the HVAC repairman school. You've been accepted. And he asks him, like, what's with the astronaut? What's with the Easter bunny? And John Goodman tells him, it's if anyone asks you about this, they won't believe you.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, you're making a lot of sense. And this is something here, right, in part of the book. He talks about how Joseph Mengele, or I think that's how you say it, conducted mind control research on thousands of twins and thousands.
You say that name with some respect.
Joseph Mengele and thousands of other hapless victims. Himmler supervised genetic research. The Nazi research records. Let me write that down for that.
The German research record. You might want to just start saying German to save yourself some time.
German research. No, that's disrespectful to the Germans. I mean,
isn't that messed up though? It's like when you need to say, but there's no easy way to say it, so then you have to say like German. But I'm not trying to call all Germans
the Nazis. Blame
research YouTube, bro.
Records
YouTube's doing it, not me.
Yeah, exactly, right. So check out the Rumble, Juan, RSS feed, Wild Wild West. Records were confiscated by the Allies and are still classified. And then a trip can be made from downtown Washington on a gray government van, which serves So most of Mengele's concentration camp research is still classified. Much of it dealt with mind control. A research can visit the top floor, et cetera, et cetera. So see, this part, I believe that these people, well, but then again, it's what history tells us, that they were conducting all this stuff. How do we actually know it wasn't, our own people in our government that were actually conducting it? Or we have paperclip. We have all those things which sound really far-fetched, but we know it's part of history, right? We know that they recruited a whole bunch of people over. So
yeah, I mean, man, I could go on like a 4-hour soapbox. I'll make it like a 4-minute one, but it started here. It started in the US.
Thomas, hold on, I'm gonna hit this real quick.
Space.
What was that
is fake and gay.
That's my new space is fake and gay. But
That's when like the AI freaked out, didn't know what the hell to do.
I took the levels and I just like put it to like all the way to the left, all the way to the right, and it came out with the most beautiful. It's like you drop a nuke. It's like listen. Shh, watch. It's like he drops a nuke and then he just watch.
Space is fake and gay.
All right, bro.
Where even was I, man?
You were gonna go on a rant about Mengele and Z-Nazis.
Oh,
And
I was just gonna say that it gets phrased often that it's like, oh, the U.S. went and captured the Nazis and brought them here and just continued the research. Nah, man, it was like if this was a relay race, it was like the United States started the race, right? And they were like, what a great word for that too. They started the race and they run with the baton. And then they run all the way over to Germany and they're like, yo, check this out, bro. This race is going really well over here. And they pass the baton to Germany. And Germany looks at it and they're like, damn, this is a great idea. We're going to make everyone in the country run this race. And then it was like, the Americans were sitting back like, damn, bro, like, that's not what that was supposed to be originally. Like, maybe eventually it would go that way, but you can't just force people to race. Like they have to want to race, you know what I mean? Or you have to entice them with money, like a monetary incentive to join a race. Or maybe it's like a punishment, like you've done too many bad things. Now you got to go and take a lap, right? Like you showed up to gym class and you were goofing off, and the gym teacher's like, "That's it for the next hour.
Brown
You're
hair,
running
brown
laps."
eyes? How
Yeah, bro.
dare you?
So I mean that's the way I see it. Is like the Americans were like, "Hey, we should get everyone into racing." But we have to kind of like persuade them over time, like a Fabian society, very slow boil. And Germany had no chill about it. They were just like, no, racing is great. Everyone needs to race today. You know what I mean? So anyways, that happens. They lose the race, you know, and then the Americans go over and we're like, you guys have developed some great racers. Like you've been training for 4 or 5 years. Like you are fast. You are good at your craft. It would be a shame for you to just like stop racing. You know what I mean? Like if you're so good at it. So once you come over to the US, we'll put you in a US jersey and you can race for us now. And let's just forget about like that horrible team and like the bad manager. Everyone knows it was just the manager that was the asshole and it wasn't any of the players. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's the analogy. It started in the US and it was very much like a capitalist based, like do this thing, right? Like make sure that you never have kids again and we'll give you this amount of money. Or oh, you've been to jail too many times, you know, that's your third you know, it's like your subway card, right? They clip it was like, oh, that was your 12th visit, sorry, pass through the clinic on the way out and they're gonna tidy something up for you. But when it went to Germany, it was just everywhere.
So we'll get rid of the cripples, the retards, and those other people too. They can go. No, I'm just kidding.
So again, that's the soapbox though, is it wasn't that we went over and found nasty people doing nasty things in Germany and brought them back and then it went out of control. It was like we started the fire and then it spread a little bit and got a little hotter. And then we were like, okay, now we know what not to do. So let's go ahead and keep doing what we were doing and then not do this one thing that Germany did.
You know, anyone listening to this, Thomas, could really take some of this stuff out of context and maybe call you a sympathizer. I don't know. It's just me thinking outside the box, dude.
A sympathizer of who?
Of the people who finished the race. Anyways, let's see here. Let's
They didn't finish it. They're still working on it. I think it's going to be going for a while.
All right. We have here. There was, what was the other page? Man, I missed the page here where he talks about the precedent was supposedly a wife who went to a doctor who had told who told her she had syphilis. The wife assumes she got it from her husband and divorces him. Then she learns she doesn't have syphilis. The husband then sues the doctor. Upon the bizarre case rests the legal precedent for a third party to sue a person who gives advice, such as family members suing a therapist. Upon this weak precedent, an abusive father who worked for Monday. Why did I highlight this right here? California successfully destroyed a legitimate therapist who was trying to save his daughter who was a program monarch. Oh, okay. So I think he's talking about how more people don't come out because of this. And upon this weak president, an abusive father who worked for Monday in a winery in California successfully destroyed a legitimate therapist who was trying to save his daughter who was a program monarch victim. Supposedly, the therapist had implanted false memories of in his daughter. Let me write that down.
You couldn't think of it back. I could see you like, what word should I use?
Yeah, we're
Fuck
just
it.
sending it, bro. Whatever, dude. This episode's fucked. Has been so memories of and his daughter. When the records show that the daughter's mother told the therapist the girl had been by her father. When a valid case of SRA and repressed memories went to trial in Washington State involving a police officer whose family was MPD, Dr. Richard Offshee of false memory syndrome, and you can see, is that legitimate? I don't even think I looked at it. False memory syndrome. What is that?
False memory syndrome is
No,
actually.
spindrome.
Well, I think that that's just his way of saying, like he's making fun of the word. Instead of calling it false memory syndrome, he calls it false memory spindrome. Like they're spinning it to be real when it's really. And then it gets into this weird area of contention of whether or not you think it's possible to implant false memories in someone, or can someone like like have you ever heard of the McMartin preschool trial?
Enlighten me, Thomas.
So McMartin preschool trial was in the height of the satanic panic of the 80s and 90s, and a bunch of kids started making these accusations that they had like underground tunnels, and they were making them watch the slaughter of goats, and then like the daycare people that were taking care of them were like doing all kinds of nasty things with like the animals and the blood and the kids and the this and the that and the airline food. But then I guess they go to these therapists, and the therapists start showing them dolls, and they're like, this is where the joke, like, show me where they, he touched you on the doll. This is a huge element of that. This is the McMartin preschool trial. And the kids start basically getting influenced. So if you ask a kid, you're like, well, did they touch you in a bad way?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like in one aspect, right? And the kid, it's like, why am I getting this weird attention? Why are they like so hyper focused on me all of a sudden? Like normally people don't pay attention to me. I'm just a kid, and they're just like, there's a kid over there. But all of a sudden it's like they're really concerned. So they would kind of like feed into it. Yeah, maybe he did, oh my God, he did. Here, let's get another few adults in here and give you some more attention. So that's the one extreme of it, right? So it's like the more you make things up, the more attention you get. And on the top of that, it's almost like polluting the well. So this is, if you were in like a court case, they would usually say leading the witness. You're not allowed to be like, so Juan, on Friday at 4, you left at like 3:30, right? You weren't there at 4. You left at 3:30. Like if you're prefacing it up so that all you have to say is yes or no, then it's like I get to say everything about it, and you can just like nod yes or no. So that's kind of one premise of false memory syndrome, is that these kids would
Spindrome.
they would spin these stories up and keep saying yes, yes, yes. And the more times they would tell it, the more real it would become, to the point where there was almost no difference between whether it actually happened to them or it didn't, because they had to recount it hundreds of times in front of so many different people. At that point, I mean, you're making like a sigil, right? You're like making like a thought form egregore of like the actual thing happening to you, which might not be as physically traumatic, but it's probably, mentally traumatic all the same. So that's false memory spindrome, is when you say that can't be possible. Anything that you can get an 8-year-old to say, with in like a locked room with an adult therapist, is the truth. Like they can't make things up. They're just from the mouth of babes.
So that could be a form of implanting false memories then, right? And then they kind of sort of after that really draw a picture of everything else, essentially, is what it is. Because I mean, if it's like they clone Tyrone, where they flash a bunch of lights in front of their face, and what's that other movie, Clockwork Orange, where they do the whole, hold their eyelids open and put things in their memory like that. I could see where, yes, you could, because I see it with my kids too. Like we'll ask him the question, then we'll ask him the opposite of the question, and sometimes the answer changes depending on which choice we give him first will determine the outcome of the question. And like sometimes me and my wife will be like, all right, so did you da da da? And he'll be like, no, and then she'll be like, ask him the other one first, and then see like if we're trying to come up with like, what do you want your birthday party to be? Do you want it to be Spider-Man or X-Men? Spider-Man.
That's NLP, bro. That's 100% NLP.
X-Men. I'm like, bro, what do you, which, you know what I'm saying? Like, which one do you want? So it's like whichever one you present first is right. So I could see that happening. Absolutely what you're saying. They could implant false memory. So he goes on here. So a false memory syndrome showed up to cause mischief, and mischief he did work. The case involved the children of a Christian police officer named Ingram who had satanically ritually abused his family for years. The daughter won in court, but offshoot of the EMS was not above writing a book full of lies and just so he's going after somebody here. The controlled media is giving full licenses. I'm gonna look this up to see if this is even a thing.
And I want to point out something else too that I guess gets conflated in some this. Yeah, dude, this is going to be the easiest episode to take me out of context and just get me canceled. But the I would say that if someone's doing something like that to their own kids, isn't the satanic part sort of redundant? Like is the
Yes.
bad part the satanic word, or is it everything outside of, like, you can take that word out and it's just as reprehensible, right? So usually when they include the Satan in there, it's to kind of be like, and they're doing it because of the devil, and it's not necessarily because of just human nature or just, you know, the horrible state of humanity. It's because the devil actually had an active participant in this.
So rather than fighting the government for scraps of declassified documents which have had their secrets marked out and which may even be fake documents manufactured by the CIA, I have decided that there is a much better approach to expose the monarch mind control of the world if a person could know. All right. So apparently this is an actual thing. This Richard Offshee guy he's still alive, an American sociologist and professor emeritus of, what is that?
Emeritus. Yeah.
So an honorary title.
Mhm.
Berkeley, he is known for his expert testimony relating to coercion in small groups, confessions, and interrogations. So he talks about false memories right here.
Right. And again, like, imagine this dynamic, right? Someone
Whoa.
grabs your kid, like he's at school, right? Your kid gets called into the principal's office, and then the vice principal's in there, and then the teacher's in there, and they're all nodding and going like, so do you know why you're here? You know, you were bad, weren't you? And even if you don't know what the hell they're talking about, it's a little kid and three authority figures that are all sort of like coercing you into acting a certain way. And it's not hard to just get someone to play along in that case. It's kind of what like a police interrogation is, right?
So he's saying that this dude, you know, is in cahoots pretty much with the people, right? Is what he's saying.
Well, because this is the two different sides. One is that there's no
Yes.
such thing as false memories, and then this
Yes.
guy, like you say, recovered memory therapy will be recognized as the quackery of the
Quackery.
20th century. And it's because it's like he kind of says that you can't rely on this sort of information. This is not admissible, and you can't even take it as fact. And I like where he mentions it. What does he call it? The recovered memory therapy. He basically like, I don't see it in here anymore, but you know how people do like the past life regression, and they're like, oh yeah, well, it's a pirate. Now I remember. No, I actually remember. Like, I can smell the sea and I can feel the boat moving, and I can, like, and then it's like, oh my god, I was also Thoth, right? Like, I was the god Thoth, and I wrote the Emerald Tablets.
My
I'm just
God.
remembering it.
I was Barney, the bear, the dinosaur.
So, and yeah, and everyone's always like a king, and never like the guy that's like
The
the
toilet
there,
scrubber.
right?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's kind of the same premise. That's an extreme hyperbole version of it, but the guy that you just had pulled up there, that Fritz is saying he's part of the Illuminati, he's part of the Satanists and stuff. It's more like that guy is saying like, hey man, maybe like your past life shouldn't be admissible in court. Like, it's cool if you think you were a pirate 100 years ago or 200 years ago, but you don't really have a lot of proof for it, so we're not going to go with that. So that's sort of what he's saying. Be like, if, hey, that's great, you pulled my 7-year-old kid into a room and got interrogated by a bunch of adults for 3 hours, and he said all this crazy stuff, that's cool, but like, until you got proof, like, we can't actually accept that as fact. So that's
Exactly.
in my mind, that's the line of contention. It's not that like anything a kid says is obviously a lie, or that everything that they say is made up, but there might be like some middle ground. But you got Fritz on one far end of that extreme, and then this guy kind of at the other end, fighting each other.
So that's like, next time you guys have, I know you do the reality czars, next time you have like a person telling their story about encountering Bigfoot or Dogman, just like throw him for a loop, bro. Like as soon as like, yeah, I saw a dog, man, he was charging straight at me. Just, yo, how big was this dick, bro?
I knew you were gonna say it. I knew it.
How big
I
was
knew-
the? You know what I'm saying? Like, did you see it? Was he circumcised? Not circumcised? What's going on? See, you know what I'm saying? Because like that'll when you start to because when people rehearse like a story over and over again, they're gonna get down like their details, and we just throw them for a loop, bro. That's like my first question. Hey, yo, what's up? What's up with his dick, though? You know what I'm saying?
I know you're joking them, but there's a real theory that goes behind this, and that's that just like the movie Men in Black, they hold the pen up, right? And it flashes your memory away, which is also based on real MKUltra CIA mind research, but it wasn't a pen, it was like concussive therapy. Like they would just hit you in the head really hard. But there's some theories that say that Bigfoot's dick is so incredibly huge that if a man sees it in real life, it's like a traumatic experience for you because you feel like the least like a man you've ever felt in your life. And because of that, your body sort of like protects itself by wiping that trauma immediately. Like the second a man sees Bigfoot's dick, you forget it immediately because you can't fathom that there's something that's just so incomparable. And at the same time, if a female sees Bigfoot's dick, they are just so overcome with just pure ecstasy and orgasm that it also like removes itself from their memory because the sensory perception overwhelms your ability to implant that memory into your neurons. You might think I'm just in like, oh, you know, he's being funny. This has come up more than once, and these are real theories that we've explored on Reality Czars.
Yikes. All right, well.
So that's why if someone doesn't know what Bigfoot's dick looked like, it was because it was traumatic for them.
All right, that's all I
so
gotta say.
if you can remember what it looks like, the kudos, bro.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Checkmate, bro. Yeah, no, I knew we were gonna get weird. I said at the beginning. You know,
I saw it. It was okay.
We're gonna crank it. We're gonna crank up the heat here a little bit more. So yeah, all right. All right, here it goes. So we have the handlers of mind control slaves carry around, and this is again part of it. Is it the lore? Is he drawing from somewhere?
Are we just in the terminology still right now?
No. I'm on page 10.
Okay.
I'm on page 10. So the handlers of mind control slaves carry around a black or gray 3-ring notebook or a laptop computer with the access codes and triggers. Some of the programmers and the handlers have this all memorized. The deepest parts, core, gems, executive committee, false trinity, etc. are charted in esoteric language such as Enochian, Hebrew, which is considered magical, and Druid symbols. I have never gotten the opportunity to look at one of these, although a number of the slaves who I've talked to with have while they were being programmed. Oh, okay. All right. So you've never seen it. It's just what these people are telling. All right, cool.
Right. But I mean, and here's where some of, okay, I'm not going to defend this one because it's like this person was programmed, but they didn't program the part to forget about the part where they saw the programming source code. Like they forgot to program that part out. You know what I mean?
You can see where it can be like,
if you're watching this as a movie, you're like, all right, there's a lot of plot gaps here.
Well, that's the thing, dude. They make movies about this exact sort of stuff. You know what I mean? So are they drawing it? And comic books, right? Paranoid American Time Samplers. Check it out, paranoidamerican.com. So is it coming from stuff like this that they know? Let's say that the cinemagicians are like this cabal and they have access to all this stuff. And right, Kubrick was this crazy mastermind. Or do we make it seem like he was this crazy mastermind? He was actually just making good movies and he was just a really good storyteller. Like, which is it? You know what I mean? Like,
I think he was crazy master. The more I look into it on that one, but I know that was rhetorical, but I just have to say that Kubrick was absolutely a mastermind. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
So there you go. Definitively. So you don't have to ask that ever, Quinn. Never even ask that question.
Space Odyssey was pretty damn good. You know, like all those movies were amazing. So again, this is just one of those like where it's like, trust me, bro. Source, don't worry about it. All right. So
if you know, you know.
If you know, the Illuminati have recently put in base program that allows them to ultimate control over many of the other group slaves. This will be described. Okay, so let's go along here. The programmers are. Here's another one. How you said, what does it matter if they're doing all these horrible things to throw in satanic or demonic in there? The programmers are much into demonology. Right before therapists close their minds to the subject.
I was on board until you if they're into demonology, bro, never
Oh,
mind.
that's
This
a no for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
second thought, this doesn't sound like such a fun thing.
So he goes, the programmers are very much into demonology. And then he goes, before therapists close their minds to this subject. So any therapist listening, before you close off your mind to this, the authors would like to point out that they personally know of cases where monarch slaves whose Christian personalities and other alters didn't believe in demonology were talked into participating in real deliverance, and slaves discovered, much to their surprise, that work that they had unsuccessfully tried to do for years with their therapist was accomplished in a day or two. And he goes on. Some prestigious researchers have decided the subconscious doesn't exist because they can't find it. It's mysterious. To the man in the street, the concept subconscious is as mysterious as the concept demon. Both have been the objects of intense research by the US/Brit/German intelligence groups. In fact, many of the concepts in this book have been purposely obscured by the Illuminati's control over the media and universities. The Illuminati, bro. These obscured concepts include MPD, which is the DID, which is the multiple personality
disorder, dissociative identity disorder. It's like the
oh, check it out, bro.
the progression.
Oh, dude, I just
Okay, go ahead.
remembered something that's gonna be crazy at the end. Oh man, all right. So recovered memories, hypnosis, demonic possession. Get ready. Aliens. We're gonna get into that one later. Mind control, the subconscious, a conspiracy to bring in a new world order, truth, etc. So all this stuff, these obscure concepts include at the very end, truth. The smokescreen of controversy will continue, but those who love the truth, if they seek it, will realize the importance of this book. So those who love the truth are gonna experience and realize it with this podcast episode. Just remember that.
But if you hate freedom, then you probably won't understand it.
Yeah, if you hate freedom and you love censorship and stuff, you're not gonna get it, bro. So turn this off right now, bro. So he goes on. This book is a must for those ministers who seriously believe. He quoted 2 Corinthians 2:11, for we are not ignorant of the devil's devices. All right.
So
And then
there's some interesting aspect too. I don't know if you already went over this, but he had a list in the very beginning of the book of like everyone that's in on it. And here's a list of all of the different organizations that are in on this, right? And there's 54 of them. I kind of want to read them all off, but one of them is Scientology. But ironically, what he's saying here is that you can't trust therapists and psychiatrists and psychologists. Sometimes you need an exorcist, right? You need to have like a priest come in and exorcise a demon out of you. You've been in therapy for 3 years. It's not working. We can fix you in one day. You just got to sprinkle some holy water and do like a little thing, right?
holy water enema, dude.
And that was the whole problem the entire time, is just that you were wasting your money on it. And I think that Scientologists might be like, yeah, exactly what he said, except that they were thetans and we have to exorcise them out because they were in a volcano and it exploded and it latched itself. It's a big thing, but like, you know, the psychologists can't help you. You can't fix yourself by talking through it and trying to work out problems that are deeply rooted and maybe in your personality and your upbringing and take years to no. Here's some water, bro. Here's a little holy water. We'll say a couple words. And like the last 20 years of mental illness is just gone because the whole time it was a nasty demon or a thetan that had latched itself to you. You're welcome.
Listen, Thomas, you're not a piece of shit because you're a Sagittarius, okay? You're just a piece of shit because you are, all right? So don't blame your astrological alignment for being the way you are, okay? So, and it's that same thought of mine, like, oh, I'm such an asparagus, you know, like, all right, I'm so stubborn, I'm a Taurus, you know, like whatever, like.
Oh, sorry guys, I don't have rent this week. What a Gemini thing to do, right?
Yeah.
I said I'd have it, and now I don't. Gemini,
So,
classic.
That like way of thinking. So I always think about this all the time, where it's like, why is spirituality a thing? Why is religion a thing? Why is symbolism a thing? And it's like they work on people's subconscious, like all he's talking about, and they can quite literally control, but like beliefs, ideas, which are these things just floating around can have so much control over somebody. And now you're saying it's like I've tried a therapist, then I walk into this establishment, you know, Catholic, Christian, whatever, and they do this thing on me, and boom, I feel better. It's like, what was holding you back the whole time? Like what?
Well, you know what I hear too? Like again, even if that was a rhetorical question, it's almost like someone saying, man, I've been going into like these clinical settings with fluorescent lights where I have to sit down and fill out paperwork and pay all this money. And like, I don't know, whatever reason, it's not alleviating my anxiety. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then it's like, but I went into this church and there was no one else in there and they had high ceilings and there was like music going on and I smelled frankincense. I've never smelled frankincense before. That was crazy. And they had stained glass. When's the last time I saw stained glass? And then like this dude came over and we had a talk for like 20 minutes. He fixed it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, maybe the problem was just that, you know, you needed a complete change of everything, of scenery and everything. So anyways, I won't go on that rant too much, but a lot of people are just like, oh, it was because the religion fixed it. And it's never like, oh, it's because I completely changed my perspective and tried something out of the ordinary, as opposed to repeating the thing that wasn't working for 5 years.
Yeah, no, I get exactly what you're saying. So yeah, change of scenery, and yes, absolutely. And we have here
A little bit of frankincense. That's all you need.
little bit of frankincense. So he touches here. Moses confronted the satanic magic of the Pharaoh's magician, who could create live snakes from sticks. The Apostle Paul had to deal with Simon Magus, and he goes, a leader of what is now known as Satanism. Solomon, one of the greatest men of faith, backslid and became one of the greatest Satanists of all history. So
and this is because Solomon's seals, right? Where Solomon was commanding the power of demons through his sigils, right? His symbols. But according to Fritz, you know, like Solomon was the bad guy because anyone that works through demons or egregores or whatever, like they're working alongside evil forces. But there's like these interesting sects out there. If you love the truth, if you love the truth, this podcast is for you.
If you love the truth, support us. Patreon.com/101podcast/Paranoid American. Yeah, if you love the truth, this podcast is this episode is for you. So I'm just saying.
But if it has to do with magic at all, it's basically a bad thing according to Fritz in the context of this book. Like you're a Satanist if you like magic.
Do you have anything to add on to that? I'm gonna get into the
list. Here's the list.
Oh,
okay?
yes, the list. Go ahead.
It's 54 deep. I don't think it's even exhaustive, but some of the names in here are pretty choice. Air Force Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Atomic Energy Commission, Boeing. My copy's a little bit screwed.
Boeing too? Damn.
Oh yeah, the Boeing. British Intelligence, MI6, MI5, Tavistock Institute, Bureau of Narcotics, Bureau of Prisons, Catholic Church, Jesuits, CIA, Charismatic Movement, Church of Satan, Church of Scientology, Sirius, Club 12, Club 41, Country Music Industry, as if it's just like a thing. All country music industry, Defense Intelligence, which by the way, that wouldn't surprise me if country music was all satanic. Federal Bureau of Investigations, Freemasonry, especially the Palladium Rite. Now, don't forget this. We're not going to go too deep into this, but I guarantee you over the next years or so, I'm going to be jumping super deep into what they call the Palladium Rite. But Freemasonry Palladium Rite, 33rd degrees and above degrees. So now we're talking like 99, 100. So
Thomas, don't talk too much. I know you can't say a lot.
Okay. Gay Pan, I don't know what that is. German Intelligence Agency, GHG, Hollywood, just the word Hollywood, House of Saudi, the Illuminati, also known as the Circle, also known as Mariah, also known as Mariah Conquering Wind. Have you ever heard of that before, by the way?
No.
That is one of the coolest alternative names for the Illuminati, by the way. Mariah Conquering Wind. It's a biblical reference that I don't remember. Gnosticism, Luciferians. By the way, if you're a Gnostic, you're in the Illuminati. Just already. Sorry to break it to you. If you're in the Fraternal Order of Saturn, if you are in the Golden Dawn, you are Illuminati. The Internal Revenue Service, also, by the way, you're in the Illuminati. The KKK, Mafia, Masons, Mossad, Mormons, NASA, NSA, National Science Foundation, neo-Nazis, Oddfellows, which is interesting because he already said Masons, but he's like specifically, and you Oddfellows, like especially you, OTO, the elite section of MI6 known as P4, the Process Church, professional baseball, such as the LA Dodgers. Now, I like that part the
playing with
most.
bats and balls, yeah.
Professional baseball, and then he's like, especially the LA Dodgers. I wonder if he was just like let down as a kid.
He lost
like,
the bet, yeah.
Russian government and Russian intelligence, and he just lists KGB and all this. Santeria, Satanic Hubs, Temple of Power, U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, VA, and the Werewolf Order.
What?
I don't know what the Werewolf Order is. I've looked into it, but all I ever find are like Tumblr blogs that don't look like they're something that Fritz was talking about.
Yeah. So, again, it may seem like we're making fun of this sort of stuff, but I assure you, listener, we take this very seriously. Okay. So we're just having fun while talking about serious stuff.
So I just want to mention, so that I just read all 54 of those, or the last one was some witchcraft groups besides Satanism. Like that was literally, it says some witchcraft groups besides Satanism.
Should we censor that whole thing and just leave like silence throughout
Just
the
go,
whole
or
thing?
no, just have it go beep beep beep.
On the censored version, so it can really trigger people. What are they saying? Why'd you guys? What's the point of putting this up if it's censored? So I don't know. I'll think about it, but maybe.
So just like 2 or 3 paragraphs under that. I mean, we're already going off the rails anyway. So
Let's go. Yeah, let's do it.
So that was just a list, right? He's like
All right.
Hollywood, country music.
Are you
United
going where I
States
think
Army.
you're going, bro?
You scroll down, you just skim down, and then here's the sentence of, and the altars of victims remember the cover story produced via torturing in cages of little children. So it's like it goes from like the Werewolf Order, and we're making fun of the United States Air Force, to like, and now we're torturing children in cages.
Yeah.
So it jumps all over. And the reason I'm pointing this out is that there's not a break. Like once you get through the very introduction to this book, it's just like someone just keeps punching you in the face over and over and over.
Dude.
Like there's no slowdown, dude. There's not like a when you go and get your popcorn and like take a piss break. It's not here.
And
You
that
need like
was
an intermission chapter, but it doesn't exist in this book.
no. And you're kidding about that, but you're absolutely right. There was at some points, my mind reads no bitch, Thomas, but I had to put it down. All right, because you're constantly, and this is why this show is so important to so many people, because we're in the trenches for you, right? We're doing the dirty work for you of uncovering the truth. And if you love the truth, you're gonna love this podcast. All right, and you're gonna subscribe, and you're gonna like it, and you're gonna leave us a 5-star review. But if you don't love the truth, what happens if you don't love the truth? Oh, you work for the Illuminati. Right?
Well, to be clear, if you love the truth, you're probably a member of both of our Patreons. If you like the truth, like if you're lukewarm on the truth, then you like and subscribe. If you hate the truth, then you didn't like and subscribe.
Yeah, and you're like the Illuminati. So, yeah. Anyways, here's one thing I want to point out. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just balls to the wall as soon as you get past like the introduction of like why you shouldn't read it because you might be a mind control slave, and then you have the glossary of terms, which was kind of I was like, okay, whatever, and then it just really and then he just really cranks it up, just like around page 30, just really tightens up the bolt. And if there's any other book that really kind of is up to par with this one, and in the section of literature that's like messed up, that I wish I didn't read, but still pretty good, I'd put this with like Genuflect.
Yeah, I was about to say Twyman.
Have you read that yet?
I've had it in my house for like a year, but no, I haven't read it yet.
You're in for a treat. Dude, let's do. I don't know. We should do.
I need you to catch up on the Occult Book Club reading list before I start adding more books to mine.
No, no,
bitch.
no. I need you to read that because by the time you finish that, I'd probably get to a
But
chapter. Or something.
legitimately, are we even allowed to review that book?
I
Because from what
don't
I
know.
understand, we might
I don't
get
even.
like
I don't even know.
DMCA takedowns.
We can't even say that name on the. We might have to censor that name.
And that's not
because
because of YouTube. It's because the
walls have eyes, bro.
yeah.
I just call it the walls have eyes and ears. And a genuflect is just a form of doing, it's an action, so we can't really. But yeah, so that book, and again, not suitable for work whatsoever, is kind of up to par with this.
Yeah.
And yeah, so and also let's not knock the fact that aside from all this craziness, right? All these crazy stories, all these crazy concepts in this book, Mr. Springmeier knows his stuff when it comes to the occult, when it comes to the esoteric, when it comes to alchemy.
And this
knows.
is pre-internet. He knew it pre-internet.
Yeah. He know, like, the information which I'm about to read right now, like, this is actual stuff. And how you said it's pre-internet, so imagine the work and the hours he had to put in to actually extract this information. And I could see why he would put sources, books on psychology.
Yeah. How many?
So,
I didn't even say how many. It could be 2. It could be 200. Who knows?
and a lot of people like to kid about like the NPC idea and like how there's people here for texture and how there's people who don't have any souls and stuff like that. If anything, what I'm about to talk about now, which we've covered before, I think this is the version of like homunculus, if you will, or NPCs that are walking around. And now, and I don't think it's a large percentage of people. I think it's just like a select few, and probably from, again, the top tier, like 1% that are really truly this, the people that we like see on the news every day and stuff like that. Because I know you've seen that meme where it's like all the news stations all saying the same thing, like all like in the same pattern, like, and they just like stack them up on top.
Well, because they're reading the same notes that came down
But
from the corporate. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Who is feeding them the notes? Exactly. Like, who is they? And I think
Rupert Murdoch, essentially. Right? Or Sinclair, whoever dropped that. The other one too that's appropriate for this is there's a clip with Bill Clinton, again from like the 90s, I think, where he's reading out all of these, like, thanks for tuning in to KFMR in Michigan or whatever. And musicians do this too, but like he's just doing one after the other. And someone's asking, like, you want to break it? He's like, no, I love this. You know what I mean? Like he's like zoned into it. And it's like, I love turning my brain off and just letting the programming take over. But like, there's a very real aspect to that. I personally, out of all the things that people talk about, that we talk about, one of the things I find the most offensive is the NPC. Like, I really do find, not like clutching my pearls in a way, but when someone's like, they're not even a real person or whatever, it's like, you're kind of dehumanizing. Like, that's usually the first step to like, and it doesn't matter if we kill them.
There's no way she could be pregnant. She's a hermaphrodite. Like, bro. And then my favorite.
Space is fake and gay.
Gay. All right. Here we go. So, preparation of the children by spiritual preparations and in utero traumatization, the Moon Children. So we've talked about this before.
That's the title of the section, by the way.
That's the title of the section. Yeah, he goes hard in the paint with these title sections as well. So the Moon Children, Moonchild rituals are the rituals to demonize a fetus. However, the demons that are invoked are not the small ones, but very powerful ones. Ooh. In working with victims of this programming, it is clear that high-level demons were placed within these people at very early ages. Many of them, it is believed, were demonized before they were born by rituals like the Moonchild rituals. Blood sacrifices and human sacrifices are always required for this level of magic.
Now, there's a big difference between those two types of sacrifices. I just wanted to note. He kind of glosses over that, but a blood sacrifice and a human sacrifice, I mean, there's levels of extremity in both of those.
Well, go ahead and elaborate, Thomas. Because
I mean, if you're like a 13-year-old edgelord and you cut your palm and you're like, I hope she calls me back. I mean, there you go. There's some blood magic. But if you're like killing a person because you want someone to ask you to the prom, like there's a huge gap between those two. But the reason I'm pointing this out is because it glosses over so quickly because all the other things around it are so hyperbolic and extreme that it's just like, anyone that, believes in fairy tales or kills everyone in their family is probably like in this group. And it's like, wait a minute. That was a pretty wide gamut that you just painted there.
Is there any saving this episode? So Aleister Crowley was a Satanist who was a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Freemason, Thomas. He also was a leader in a number of other Masonic rites, as well as an OTO leader, a chief in Stella Matutina, and an MI6 British Overseas Intelligence agent. His writings have been important within 20th century Satanism and with black magicians. He wrote Moonchild, which was first published in 1917. The idea of the Moonchild is that via black magic, a perfect soul can be captured. The belief in reincarnation, which is prevalent among the Illuminati and satanic groups, lends itself to the belief that souls compete for a particular embryo. And then he goes here on page 107 through 108 of Moonchild, the idea expressed, quote, to produce a man who should not be bound up in his heredity. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Heredity. Feels like I'm saying it wrong. And should have the environment which they desired for him. This perfect soul in a proper person is called homunculus.
Hit the button. What are you doing?
Hold on, bro. I don't got this stuff ready. This is a serious topic.
Homunculus confirmed. Homunculus confirmed. Eat a bag of dog dicks. Good God. That's a homunculus. Certified homunculus.
Let's go, baby.
I mean, might as well just pull out all the stops. Like, this is the one to do it.
Emotional, damn it.
But hold on, before we even keep reading, because it's like we can just start quoting the rest of the book from now because it's nuts.
Yeah.
Everything he said so far in this section, true. Like, in my mind, it's 100% factual. He has not even made any salacious or hyperbolic claims yet. Everything he has stated has been 100% fact up to this point.
No, yes, and again, it's from literature that existed before he wrote this book. So that's why even I battle with these ideas myself, because I enjoy researching the occult and the esoteric, and then it's like I present it because I find it like really interesting to talk about. But sometimes I'm not even sure what to do with the information. Like sometimes I'll have information, I'm just like, what does this even mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like what do I do now? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's a lot, but again, yeah.
Well, here's my analogy for that really quick. It's like imagine you're out traveling the world, right? And you go to Morocco or you go to Hungary, and they're like, here's this special paprika that they only make in this very specific part of Hungary. It's the best paprika in the world. And you're looking at it and you're like, I don't really put paprika on everything. I might not even use it that much at all. But if you're telling me like, this is the goods, right? Like if I'm ever going to want to taste paprika in my life, I should get it from this guy right now because it's the best there is. You grab it and you bring it back home and you put it in your spice cabinet. And it doesn't mean that every single time you have a meal, you're putting paprika on it, but it does mean the one time that you're like, oh man, there's this like really specific dish that I really want to prepare and it requires like good paprika. That's when you can go into that back of the spice cabinet and pull it out and sprinkle a little bit of that in and put it away. And it elevates the dish to like a level that it never would have been before, especially if you just popped over to Publix and grabbed like their paprika that was on sale, or like the, in the international aisle where you spend half the price on like the cheaper version. So that's kind of where I see some of these books when you come across it and you're like, what am I going to do with this information? Who knows, man? Buy it and put it in the spice cabinet. And maybe in like a year from now, you're going to find some recipe or you're going to be on a podcast and you'll be like, oh my God, bro, I got some spice for you right now. And you're like, hold up. And you go into the spice cabinet and you pop it out.
I'm about to drop the sickest homunculus alchemical knowledge you've ever heard, Thomas.
They come over with the homunculus and like the cheese grater, and you're like, tell me when.
Yeah, I'm about to blow this dude's back out. Like, I'm about to hit you with the craziest. So, yeah, I agree with you, I guess. I mean, it's not the greatest thing to like just be reading these obscure weird books and then just like storing it in the back of the back of the mind palace somewhere. It's like piling up all the information. So he goes on here, the magical work upon which this is based is said to be derived from Bacon. Let's talk about Roger Bacon, Albertus Magnus, and Paracelsus, who were all reported in occult circles to have captured souls and placed them in brass statues. Now he is.
I don't know how. So, have you ever actually heard that Paracelsus had a brass homunculus?
So that's the thing. As far as Paracelsus, I don't know, but he is talking about again the homunculus. Albertus Magnus, they had the head, and Bacon also had one of those two had the head, like this animated object. So those two, yes, Paracelsus
And the Beastie Boys had the brass monkey.
that funky monkey, is that the one? So yeah, again, he's right about that. And we have here Aleister Crowley was writing about a super. All right, so clear back in 1917, long before Superman appeared in comics and movies, Aleister Crowley was writing about a Superman, and we talked about this in episode 167, I think it was, where we talked about homunculus, moon children, all that stuff, mind control. The magical idea is to capture a soul from the fourth dimension. So we're adding a little bit more lore to it. In the book,
Well, now we're getting into physics.
Yeah, exactly. We always have to, back up our sources. In the book Moonchild, the villa used to produce a moonchild was called the butterfly net.
Now, is that true?
Yeah, it is true. That's what I'm saying. This part I've confirmed, which is crazy. So
I never heard that.
If he is the Monarch Project, then, which is named after the monarch butterfly, is also an allusion to the Moonchild Project, where butterflies are an allusion to souls.
Bingo bango.
What Christians call demonic spirits. And he puts in parentheses what Christians. I've never heard that before. Not in my Pentecostal career.
That souls are demonic spirits?
That not a lot of people know about. No, that butterflies are an allusion to souls. What Christians call demonic spirits.
I don't even know what that means. I'm still trying to figure out what that even means. Butterflies or souls are demonic spirits?
Butterflies are an allusion to souls. And then parentheses, what Christians call demonic spirits. And then he closes it off.
Sure. Yeah. Trust me, bro.
Yeah. The actual rituals carried out to create a moonchild are described in detail in 3 of Crowley's writings. A vague description of the rituals can be seen by reading the book Moonchild. The ritual took place at the villa nicknamed the Butterfly Net. The villa was an occult temple laid out in sacred geometrics. It had figures of satyrs, satyrs, fauns, and nymphs. It had statues of Artemis, lots of silver objects and crescents, and a 9-pointed star were at the villa because these objects all relate to the moon and magic. And we talked about that again on episode 167. So I'm not going to keep going, but he goes on about the whole terminology of Crowley and the moon children. So we have
in my mind, this is him flexing that, and I know what I'm talking about. Here's the map, here's the numbers, here's the books. Ironically that the dude that's writing this, that's so anti, out of all the sources, I think he's the most up to date on his Crowley research.
Who was that?
Well, I'm saying that Fritz, out of all the things that Fritz read and was an expert on, ironically, he's probably the biggest expert on Crowley out of all of the topics that he speaks on.
The guy we all know and love, right? Crowley. And I'm jumping around here a little bit because those notes were actually for that episode that we had done. So I had taken those screenshots before, and now it falls into chronological order. I want to highlight here real quick Illuminati from the terms. The Illuminati are 13 elite bloodlines which have maneuvered themselves into control over this planet. They lead double lives, one for society and a hidden one, which is based on a Gnostic Luciferian philosophy, which consists of lots of blood rituals. All right.
Lots of them. Not just some, but lots.
A lot of blood rituals. And then I highlighted here switching. This is when one part fragment of the mind takes over from another. Or in simple terms, this is when one alter personality or alter fragment takes the body from the alter which is holding the body. Switching can occur via the programmer's codes for calling up alters or by external or internal stimuli that trigger an alter to come out. Switching will usually cause at least a flicker of the eyes, and for outside observers who know the different personalities, they will observe another personality take the body. And it reminds me of that movie. What's that movie where he's like Patricia and he like morphs into like this creature, like his whole body starts to like contort and like his limbs start to move around. It's really famous.
The Whale with Brandon Fraser?
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
The Thing?
Split. You ever seen the movie Split?
Was it the M. Night Shyamalan?
James McAvoy. He has 23. So has evidence 23 personalities to his trusted psychiatrist.
23, huh?
Yeah. There remains one still submerged who is set to materialize and dominate all the others. And apparently this is connected to Unbreakable. So the prequel was Unbreakable, which I think it's like
So this is the M. Night Shyamalan trilogy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was the one that
you're
started
right,
with Bruce Willis, and then Samuel L. Jackson had one, and then it was Split was the third one.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the actor. That's the director. So, yeah. And The Glass was I haven't watched these other ones, actually. Unbreakable? I haven't watched that movie.
Oh, dude, out of all of those, Unbreakable is the best one.
Ooh,
It's all about comic book. It's about comic books being based on reality. It's where they say that modern day mythology was actually based on comic books, and that comic books are like the real Bible. That's sort of like the impression of Unbreakable.
Oh, and they came out with a new one in 2019, Glass. Oh, cool. I'm gonna have to check this out.
Yeah, each one of those is a different character in that series. So Unbreakable is Willis, Glass is Jackson, and then Split is the other dude.
Nice. Oh, there's something else to do. So that's the switch.
Honestly, like the whole trope in movies and TV about split personalities, like the writers would be doing themselves a disservice if they didn't read this book. So you almost have to imagine, I'm hired by Hollywood, right? I'm writing $1 million scripts about mind control and split personalities and how to create alters and assassins. Tell me that they're not searching and finding this book and devouring it and pulling it into the script, right? That if they aren't, then why the hell not? Right? Get on it.
And it just makes me think of movies like Saw, right? Like the whole series of Saw, how degenerate it is, and those other. Remember Hostel? You remember those movies? Like how crazy those movies are, or even the Human Centipede, right? Like those type of movies, I could see like being part of this. Like all these banned movies where you think about like the craziest things that happen.
Yeah, so imagine like Human Centipede, right? Like I know that was like I think it was a German movie. Imagine it's like a Hollywood movie, and after they shoot it, the director goes to the producer and he's like, all right, now let's do it for real. How much? You know what I mean? Like we just spent 30 million on the fake version. How much for the real version? And man, the real version's probably like pennies on the dollar compared to the Hollywood version. They're like, oh, you want a real Human Centipede? Yo, those are like 18 grand. It's nothing.
Wait, so there's 3 Human Centipedes that I know I watched the first one. The first one was they conducted the experiment. The second one was that the first one was a movie, and the second one. Then there's a third one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a centipede, bro. You keep attaching more to the end of it, and it goes forever.
I wonder if I've seen the third one. Oh, The Prisoners. Yeah. I've seen this. Oh man.
The fourth one's actually called the welfare line, and basically once you go in and sign up, they just start sewing your lips to the person in front of you.
Yeah, no, I've seen it's crazy. All right. Anyways, that kind of messed up stuff. Now, I want to talk about here. I'm still like early in the book, bro. He talks about the reason why it's called Project Monarch, because the monarch butterfly learns where it was born, its roots, and it passes this knowledge via genetics onto its offspring from generation to generation.
That's called Lamarckian genetic memory, I believe.
Yeah, which is a real thing. This was one of the key animals that tip scientists off that knowledge can be passed genetically. So this is why they present us with all these, what I believe in these movies and all these different things, because if they can implant that in you at an early age, then it'll be in my DNA. It's going to be passed down to my lineage, which is probably not a great one.
Now, Here's one
one's been
I don't know if
blessed.
I believe this, man. This is the one part where I don't know if I believe in Lamarckian genetic
Really?
memory. Yeah, I
It's
love
named
the
after the
concept
butterfly
of
like
it.
that?
I love the concept of it. And also, I've brought this up before too, the flatworm experiment where the guy taught flatworms how to get through a maze, and then he like chopped them up and fed pieces to other flatworms, and
Yeah.
then but no one's been able to repeat that again. And it seems like something that if it was that easy to do and it was that consistent, that it would have been repeated. But I like the concept that like when you die, I could just eat you, and then I would know everything that you ever knew. And then like if I died, someone could eat me, and then they would know everything that both of us knew. And if that were a real thing, then I think that there'd be like a whole industry based around that. You'd show up to the restaurant and be like, yeah, let me get a little piece of some Albert Einstein, let me get a little piece of this.
Well,
Or like who's the smartest chef in the room? Have them just like, crust a few like skin flakes off for me. But I don't know if it's real. I think that it might be real on a huge timeline, like 100 generations or more. I think if like every single person in that generation developed the exact same, maybe at a certain point the 100th baby gets popped out, they become abandoned on a island somewhere, and they're just like, I don't know why, but I can make leather shoes like a freaking expert, and there's not even leather around here, I don't know how I'm doing this. There might be a possibility of that. But to say that someone like your great grandma, like you can eat part of her, or that like she can trace down, like pass down some kind of a that she developed to you, that part I'm kind of calling BS out on, just because that would absolutely result in like a commercialized version of marriage. It's like, hey, I'm a great basketball player, if you just have kids with me, all those kids will be great at basketball. And we've seen that that's not necessarily true. It's an anomaly for like the generational merit-based to just be inherent. It happens in industries where nepotism exists, but once you get into like top level, like how many Olympic athletes are there dynasties where it's like, my great grandpa won the Olympics, and his grandpa and his grandpa. That is an extreme anomaly because there's no nepotism there. And I think that if this were true, if the Lamarckian genetics were true in that way, then it would be evident by now.
Lamarckian genetics, you said?
I believe that, or Lamarckian.
Lamarckism, a
Yeah,
theory.
Lamarckism was sort of contrary to Darwinism. They both were trying to explain evolution in different ways, and one of the key concepts of Lamarckism was this concept of like genetic memory, I believe.
Lamarck
there you
argued
go.
that a blacksmith gets strong muscles from his work, and his sons inherit those strong muscles.
Right,
Okay.
but if you take that analogy and flip it upside down, you could say that really it's that successful blacksmiths just have a better predisposition to like building the muscles needed to be a blacksmith, and then therefore it's the genetics that make them good at their job. It wasn't the job that changed the genetics.
I remember, so you brought up an interesting concept about eating another person or a part of them and then knowing what they know. I'm pretty sure it was you that talked about the pineal gland and how.
Well, that's what gave birth to the Cartesian voyage. There was an article that a bunch of rich people were basically eating pineal glands in order to get the knowledge of other, more famous people. And the more and more I dug into that, eventually it was that Rene Descartes book, the Cartesian voyage, about Rene Descartes, not the one that he wrote.
Whoa.
As far as I know, though, that kind of fizzled. Like I didn't find a good enough reference to people that actually said that they were powdering a pineal gland and snorting it, because that was the original quote that I had read.
Crazy, bro.
But the more I traced it, it got almost like every conspiracy theory. Like once you actually find like the original source, it's like, okay, like I see where they got that from, and then the next book emphasizes it, and the next one emphasizes it, and then eventually that game of telephone, it's like, it's they're cutting off faces.
Well, and they're also turning the frogs gay too. So, listen, today, September 24th, 4:38 p.m. Eastern time. Let's go ahead and copyright that idea, because that actually sounds like a great storyline, dude. That I don't know if it's been done, but it sounds.
There's a comic book called Chew, which I highly recommend, and it's
Damn,
about
bro.
the Chew series is about a detective that can eat people, and then he gains their memories so that he can solve the murder. So they'll show up on like a dude. This is one of my favorite comics of all time.
Dude, this is crazy.
Yeah, he works for the FDA, so like he'll show up, and I think it's like people will get poisoned, or like they're importing like bad meat from like unsavory sources, and then someone will die. So the FDA inspector shows up, and he just eats a little piece of the dead person, and then he gets to kind of like relive the last few hours of their life, so he can figure out how they died.
It's like Dexter. It's like trying to solve crimes or whatever, and he's an actual like
Yeah.
serial killer or whatever. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, never mind then. Scratch that.
But it's
part.
all Lamarckian. That's Lamarckian theory.
Well, that's actually pretty good. Anyways, maybe we can
And just a little cherry on top of that, this is also why people that are like big proponents of this Project Monarch, and that all of this works. And you even know how Fritz was like, that guy that says that sometimes kids make stuff up, he's working, for the Illuminati because he doesn't agree in Lamarckian theory, essentially. So there's also usually in like the conspiracy theory community that really bonds with like this Fritz version of reality. They will also tend to be like, and Darwin was Satan, and Darwin was part of like the horrible Jesuit establishment. And part of me thinks that this might just be like a side effect of this like centuries old Lamarckian versus Darwinism philosophical thought, but it's taken on like cult status in some circles.
So, like Gerard Dorn says, whoever wishes to learn the alchemical art, let him not learn the philosophy of Aristotle, but that which teaches the truth. So, if you love the truth, you're gonna subscribe to this channel. You're gonna
No,
hit that thumbs
Patreon.
up.
If you like the truth, you'll subscribe. But if you love the truth,
Yeah, if you love
Patreon.
it. Patreon.com/the1podcast/Paranoid American. Sign up for the Kickstarter, all that stuff. So make sure to, if you love it, if you don't, if you're lukewarm on it, then whatever, give us a review.
And you can't search for Paranoid American on Patreon, by the way. It doesn't even show up.
I saw that, bro.
So you actually have to either go to paranoidamerican.com and click on the link, or go to patreon.com/ and type in Paranoid American. It will not come up in results. This has been confirmed. That's because I uploaded something naughty and it needs to be 18. And anyways, long story short, I'm on Patreon, but I don't come up in search results because why would I? I'm the Paranoid American.
Yeah, you got some conspiratitties on there. So wait, really? Is that why they censored you? You got pinged for that?
Yeah, so if you have adult content that's not for 16 or under, then it specifically says that you will not come up in search results. And then I can get myself unlisted as adult, but I have to like promise them that I'm never going to upload something that will not be for under 18. And I don't know if I can make that promise.
I mean, is any of our stuff?
I don't think so. So maybe I was just the only idiot that actually checked that box at some point, or maybe someone came through and saw a
Thomas,
nipple and they were like, boop.
Keep it on the DL, bro. Don't say nothing. All right. It's like one time I used to play a lot of like MMORPGs, and I had a character named Cumshot, and I wanted to change the name, and then I ended up writing to like the people. I'm like, yo, can I change my name? They're like, no, but we're gonna ban you in 30 days, so you gotta figure something out.
For letting us know. Yeah,
for letting us know. So I was like, damn it. Like, I told on myself.
It's all context. Like, you can show the Elliot Page nipple, but you can't show the Ellen Page nipple.
Exactly. And we have here, this was the key animal that tips scientists off that knowledge can be passed genetically. So like you said, we discussed that the Monarch program is based upon Illuminati and goals to create a master race in part through genetics. If knowledge can be passed genetically, which it is, then it is important that parents be found that can pass the correct knowledge onto those victims selected for the Monarch mind control. The primary important factor for the trauma-based mind control is the ability to disassociate. It was discovered that this ability is passed genetically from generation to generation. American Indian tribes, parentheses, who had traumatic ritual dances and who would wait motionless for hours when hunting, children of fakirs, not fakirs, I guess, hopefully I'm saying that right, in India, who would sleep on a bed of nails or walk on hot coals. Children of yogis, those skilled in yoga, who would have total control of their body in trance. Tibetan Buddhist children of Vodun, Tibetan Buddhist, comma, children of Vodun,
That's
comma,
voodoo. Yeah.
yeah, Bazango and other groups have a good ability to disassociate. The children of multi-generational abuse are good at disassociation. The Illuminati families and European occultists went to India and Tibet to study occultism and Eastern philosophy. Those Europeans learned yoga, tantric yoga, meditations and trances, and other methods to disassociate. These skills are passed on to their children via genetics. A test is run when the children are about 18 months old to determine if they can disassociate enough to be selected for programming or not. Mind control slaves are created for different purposes, hierarchy or non-hierarchy purposes. And that's where I stand. Like, these people, I think that this stuff is going on in, like, the deepest, darkest
Well,
corners.
I was gonna say this is where I do believe it again. Like, we're back into the accurate territory.
Yeah.
In my opinion, because
Which means nothing,
Lamarckian,
but go ahead.
yeah. So the Lamarckian was that you're a good blacksmith, therefore your kid just becomes a good blacksmith because he's got your skills through genetics.
And we always hear that it's in his blood, like we always hear.
Right. And I mean, like, there's reasons why it might be in your blood. But anyways, I don't believe that the transfers, but if you start saying that there's some genetic lines that are better at dealing with stress, I mean, and that's the non-create, like, some bloodlines are better at becoming Illuminati mind control slaves. That's one version. Or you could just say that some people have a better biological process where they can deal with stress. And, some people, like the entire family line, are just freaking stressed out. And it might not be because of dad passing down his anxiety. It might just be because of other genetic factors, like a physiological difference in your body. To get into the research 15318, I said that word, if you want to write that down, but the research,
Got it.
that Dr. Abram Hoffer, his entire life, he was the one guy that focused on it, and he came up with this theory that said that people, like, adrenaline has a purpose in the body. So when you have a spike of adrenaline, like something comes at you and you have to deal with a huge spike in stress, some people, that huge dose of adrenaline gives you a heart attack and you die, right? So that weeds the people out that can't handle large amounts of unpredictable stress. Typically it's like, oh yeah, like heart disease runs in my family line. Well, guess what? You probably can't deal with like mind control programming. You might not make it all the way through that. But if you do make it through it, there's a chance that your kids could also make it through it. And it's not because you're passing down the ability to be programmed. It's because your body can convert adrenaline into quicker than any other people. And that in your system makes you act a little bit wonky because it's basically a psychedelic until it finally, like, loses all of its oomph and gets back out of your body. But for some people, that is very real, that they genetically can process adrenaline faster than other people, and they pass that ability down. So in that case, I think Fritz is 100% correct here. Like, you could be some, like, royal family line and figure out, like, man, like, when we, Jessica's kids, they always seem to bounce back, but whenever we Robert's kids, man, he's got some duds that just don't come out of it. So like, let's keep breeding Jessica with people, and then we can program her kids, and then that's how that works. So anyways, I think that this part is actually true.
But then they say that some people voluntarily give their kids up for these programs. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah. And then you also said they pass a test. Mm-hmm. So this is issue 4 of Time Samplers, which is building on the back of issue 3. Issue 3 shows you exactly how a Illuminati mind control slave is created. And then issue 4, I start showing you how some of those tests work. And one of them is called the Daisy test. And basically, he just has this daisy, right? And it's just, I love you not. Everyone's heard this game before, right? Where you pick the petals off of a flower. So as you pick each petal, I love you not. And the test was that if you pick the last petal and you're the programmer and it's I love you, then you get to keep your life. But if it was I love you not, just by pure chance, then you don't get to keep your life. And that's why there's some failed experiments with the little petals down on the ground here. but then he's saying, I love you, so she passes the test. And the whole point of this test, by the way, is just to see if the kids can deal with the abject like randomness of it, because it's not like you did anything right or wrong in order to get picked or not picked. It was completely based on how many petals that particular flower might have had. And then the very next one is and this is from the book that we're covering right now. This isn't comic book. This is from Fritz's book. There's another one called, I think, like the fire purification test. And basically they have a room where they divide people up across this like glass panel, and randomly one side of the room will just burst into flames and the other side won't. And based on who in the room flinches, see how that the kid in the blonde is like covering his eyes when he sees these other kids across from him, they burst in flames. Well, guess what? He just failed the test. So now the next round is he's going to be on the other side of the window catching on fire with the new round of kids on the other side. And what they're doing is they just systematically are like, first, let's show them that there's nothing in their power they can do to like prevent life or death. Like it's not based. You can't suck up to me, nothing. And then it's going to be, oh, you have to suppress your emotions in order to survive. So they're learning as children, they're learning this of like, no matter how bad something is happening to me or to someone else, like I just need to be deadpan and pretend it's not happening and just check out, just astral project your ass out to Jupiter or something where this isn't happening. And if you can prove that you know how to do all those things, that kind of implies that your body knows how to process adrenaline. And like, you know, like it's basically proving that you've got the physical aptitude to then go through the real programming they're going to basically put you through.
Yikes. Yeah, the YouTube crowd probably isn't going to see that first picture, so I can see it in the comments. There's a black box in front of the screen.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fair enough.
What are we seeing? So if you want to...
It is available on Amazon.
Amazon.com,
paranoidamerican.com. Check it out. Paranoid, or Time Samplers. That was issues 3 and 4. I'm working on issue 6 now.
Yeah, those look crispy, bro. I like the glossy cover. Like they look really good. So
we're pro, bro. We're pro over here.
Exactly. So, all right, what was I? The Illuminati. These skills are passed to their children. A test run. All right, so a test run. They do about 18 months old to determine if they can disassociate, be selective program. Mind control slaves are created for different purposes, hierarchy or not. The Illuminati create mind control slaves who are to function within the Illuminati hierarchy. These slaves will usually have their genealogies hidden and will be created to have excellent cover lives to ensure that they are not detected.
And that's why I don't have the research to back it up, because they cover their tracks.
And that's the whole, like, that gets in like to like NPC territory. Like, how much can you really get behind that, right?
Maybe they're all clones. They're not even real people.
Yeah, they will be given multifunctional programming, etc. And then we have here the expendable are the children of parents who were blackmailed into turning their children over to the CIA. This is all hidden by the power of the National Security Act. These are children who have been sold by fathers. Here's we're gonna get spicy on this one here. They got 2, so graphic.
We're just in the P's.
Well, yeah, we're in it right now, bro. We're in it. So these are children who have been sold by fathers or parents. The programmer / masters program them with the expectation that they will be, quote, thrown from the freedom train. Now, I highlighted this specifically because when they get to the age of 30, the freedom train is the code word for the monarch trauma-based mind control. To be thrown from the freedom train means to be killed. Now, what's interesting about that, and since this episode's already as spicy as it is the Sound of Freedom movie that came out that a lot of people were talking about, right? The Sound of Freedom, and they had the freedom train. As soon as I saw that, that kind of clicked in me like, yikes. And then the whole accusations of that guy that the movie was based on actually being a creep towards other women or kids. I don't know who it was, but there's allegations towards that guy that the movie was based on. He was actually dropped from like the organization that he was working for. So it's kind of ironic how the movie is talking about doing these degenerate things, and then the dude that they made the movie after was actually doing some of these things allegedly, right?
And that was the sound of the freedom train, right?
That was that yikes. That doesn't sound too good,
What
does
about
it,
the
Thomas?
Trump train?
No. That's the freedom train. Yikes. All right. So the CIA and the Illuminati are skilled at blackmailing parents to give up their children. They would watch the mail for porn. Murderers who abuse their children are warned that they will go to prison for long lengths of time if they do not cooperate by selling their children into mind control slavery. I can see this happening. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that? I mean, that's like
So this is definitely not a
Epsteinian.
thought that I usually spend any time diving into, but since we're in the middle of the episode, yeah, I mean, imagine you're like the most corrupt cop on the force, and you've got connections to the Clinton soiree, and they're just like, hey man, keep your eye out for any like low hanging fruit, and this would essentially be that low hanging fruit. And you tell someone, hey man, I know what's been going on here, so I can either break up the family and put the kid into foster care and everyone goes to jail and you get registered, or your kid just disappears. Man, it sucks, they ran away, right? You just don't go looking for them. And then that's the agreement, and you don't go to jail, the kid goes away, the problem goes away, and you basically have what some might consider damaged goods, but for them it's like they've been bred to do this really sick, horrible task, so they just kind of perpetuate it, and they get drafted. This is kind of like the political draft picks in a way, Franklin scandal style.
All right, so I'm reading through some of this because I'm not going to say some of this here, but yeah, again, like I said, this episode we're going to touch on some of the messed up parts. This is pretty messed up in its own, but he gets into detail. I mean, I'm not going to use your imagination. He gets into detail about what these families are doing to their kids and all this sort of stuff. So to pass on that, we have here, originally Joseph Mengele was the lead programmer. He had already achieved the rank of Grand Master. Later, Epsimus within the Illuminati, he had become skilled in music and Kabbalistic magic, in dancing, in abortions, and in torture. By the way, Mengele had a sadistic. Listen,
I'm just imagine turning in your resume and it's like, oh wow, you're good at dancing and singing, and wait, what are these other ones at the end?
they call me the master, and it's funny because one of the magicians that Crowley didn't like in his book Moonchild, he was a skilled abortionist in the story. So let me write that down. Hold on.
Like he's out here just wasting all these good homunculi. What are you doing, bud?
Oh man. All right, I'm writing these words down because this is. He was he skilled in Kabbalistic magic? Do you have any evidence of that, bro? I mean, in dancing, what the hell does
Check it out.
dancing have to do?
What is the source? What's the
Was it country music? Was he two-stepping with the satanic country music? What's going on? So there's no footnote, dude. And he had a sadistic mother too, and he was also skilled in programming children. And let's see here. How true is this? Many of the concentration camp children that Mengele programmed still survive and still love him till this day as, quote, daddy, unquote. They call him daddy? Is that true?
This one seems a little bit hard to back up, because does this mean that Fritz went and actually visited the the victims of Joseph Mengele? And if so, is there like just a list? Can I just go to like a registry somewhere and it's like, here's all the children and here's where you can find them, here's the addresses of all these abused? I don't know if I believe the source on this one, but I do believe that the concept of Stockholm syndrome, which ironically I don't think is necessarily the right name for that, but that can exist, right? Like you can bond with your abuser because your abuser is giving you attention.
Stockholm syndrome type of stuff.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, but Stockholm syndrome, if you look into that, the actual names, like that might have been a good case. That might have been like a fake version of it, but the principle exists.
Okay. And then we have here, she would determine the fitness of the children and then present them for a formal acceptance ceremony at the age of 3. And this is one of the things here that turns me off, to the Grand Druid Council.
There's
Like,
that John Todd influence, bro. I almost guarantee it. Either John Todd influenced Fritz to write that, or Fritz knew something about Grand Druid. But John Todd predates this by like 2 decades, I think. So my mind constantly goes to John Todd started this Grand Druid Council claims, and it perpetuated from there.
yeah, and it goes here, right? And this is another thing here. The traditionally, the Illuminati had been having their children inspected by a woman with the rank of grandmother. So like, you have like the Black Mother and all
Like
these.
the Grand Dame, they also call her.
I'm gonna spare you of the other stuff that he has here. All right, working my way through. Almost any sex slave can fit somewhere into the script of the Illuminati New World Order syndicate porn movies. And I place porn in quotation marks because what they call porn doesn't resemble what the public thinks of porn. And we're not talking about Playboy type porn.
I mean, to bring up Nicolas Cage again, we're talking 8mm, right?
He goes here, we're talking ghastly, horrible atrocities that are as sick as anything done in the concentration camps. And all right. So, all right, here we go. So I'm just gonna do this part here, so you can get an idea of what we're talking about here. And if you want to read this book, go ahead. For instance, it takes a little acting ability or beauty to have one's head chopped off while having sex.
True. It's a factual statement.
Yeah, that I think that's pretty factual. All right, what do I have to censor there? Whatever. Oh, we'll figure this out after we're done. I highlighted here the child programming charts, and this is what made me wonder, bro. I don't know. The child's programming charts would then be labeled some suitable occupation, such as environmental activist. Get ready for this one, Thomas. Pentecostal church reformer. Consumer advocate, or activist against narcotics. The programmer for that child would then follow 6 months goals. All right, I highlighted that. And again, I'm reading different excerpts from different places. And not every Illuminati child is born premature, but many are because they're a preferred method for programming. And it gets into the whole idea of like preemies and how they're more susceptible to Illuminati programming. Again, this is the lure of the trauma of premature birth, and this comes right after the homunculus part that we talked about at the beginning, the Moonchild. Again, my notes are a little bit jumbled up, but now we're back on track. But he's talking about how the Illuminati have learned that a mother can usually give 2 or 3 preemie births like this before she risks death to try it again. If this type of birth is repeated too often, the woman's heart will fail. This is why the Illuminati will have their breeders give 2 or 3 preemies for programming, then have their breeders switch to full-term babies, which are used for sacrifice. We don't want those full-term babies. We only want the preemies. Okay, so the other ones, we'll just go ahead and sacrifice them to Moloch.
Well, it's like olive oil and virgin olive oil.
Thank you for that, Thomas. And there you go. And then again, more.
I'm allowed to say that, by the way, because I am a preemie baby, so I'm allowed to say that.
There you go. A bloodline will often want a female firstborn male to be sacrificed to their beliefs, to their belief system, and the Lilith programming, which is given the altars who function within the Kabbalistic tree of life, which is built in during Mengele's programming for the deeper sections levels of altars which are trained in Illuminati black magic. This subject will be dealt with later. So he's talking about this whole thing here, and I'm just highlighting stuff that stood out to me. So essentially what he's getting at, again, very QAnon type of thinking, where it's like, what also gets me is like, this is too, and give me your thoughts on this, Thomas. It's too sophisticated. What are your thoughts on that? Of it being
what's
like
sophisticated about that?
Like the whole system. Where are they gonna how big is the network of these breeders, people who give their children up to these Illuminati circles to do their things that they're gonna do with? Like, how big are we talking? Like, he doesn't ever really get into numbers.
Well, how big was the operation? 2 people plus all the customers. Ghislaine and then anyone that had power and blackmail on them. It's all it took. Tiny little organization. Maybe Mossad.
Yikes. Oh, maybe Mossad, bro. Just
That'll add a few numbers. Yeah.
just sprinkle
Dude,
it in there. Dude.
There's the meme, bro.
Okay, bro. All right. So
ingredients, a little bit of a little dash of Epstein, a little
Here's
dash
Mossad.
of Ghislaine,
Yeah.
and then some Mossad.
Yeah. All right. And the rest of this chapter is him.
But I mean, does that answer
describing.
the question? Like,
No, not really. I mean,
how does that answer the question though? Because you're saying how elaborate and sophisticated could this network be? Well, I mean, how sophisticated was it for to have someone loaded onto the express and flown across the country for a Super Bowl party and then flown back across the country again to their crappy parents and said, "Don't say anything about this trip, otherwise you go to jail for it."
because Ronald McDonald was there too, right, in the room with them, and so was
unironically, yes.
Yeah. So in the rest of this chapter, he gets into the actual specifics of how they go about programming, love bombing the child until about 18 months. And
I'll just hold some of these up because this is exactly what some of these panels are about.
Again, it goes from love bombing the child. I'm gonna spare you of the details, and then fracturing the mind.
That's this part here. Well, hold on. So we're skipping ahead a little bit. I want to mention that this book that we're covering, Illuminati Formula to Create an Undetectable Mind Control Slave, Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. But this is kind of the core concept of this trauma-based programming. And he breaks it down into these 4 steps, but step 1 is consciousness. That's a traumatic experience when the fetus just gains some sort of consciousness that it now exists and didn't before.
So real quick, Thomas, real quick. Step 1 is the selection and preparation. Step 2 is where's it at? Foundation. Step 2, the trauma of the premature birth, right? So they prefer premature. And then step 3 is the love bombing.
Well, hold on. If you go into the details, one of the other, you probably know, here's a picture of it though. The very first trauma is this amniocentesis needle where they actually poke through the mother and they jab into the side of the fetus, which is giving you control. Now it's I can determine the very first time Juan feels pain. And if I want that to be exactly at midnight on 323, I can make that happen. So that's that. And the only reason I'm being very specific about this is because if you believe in trauma-based mind control, this is like you calling the initialization program, right? If you're programming someone, this is when you're okay, start up computer, boot. This is you writing that first line of code, and it revolves around that first little trauma. But when I say trauma-based mind control, I think JFK assassination, the whole country gets programmed because they go through this traumatic experience. 9/11, everyone becomes proud of their country for 3 or 4 months, and we're all in this together because you're bonding over a traumatic experience, another trauma-based mind control. So all you're doing is taking those big abstract nationwide traumatic events where we're all programmed, and now imagine it's on just the Juan level. And if someone had full control and they knew that every time I traumatize Juan, I can give him a command, or I can be you see, and this is why you don't, do that. It's your dad slaps you, bro. I don't know if it was with you. There was I think it was on Occult Disney. Shout out Matt Comagese, but there was an episode, or no, sorry, it was The Changeling with Tommy Truthful, and I was reading this claim from Martin Luther. I know this is a slight tangent, but this is about trauma-based mind control. And he's this father's telling his son that they throw something in the fire and it doesn't die, and it actually it was a basilisk. They throw an egg in a fire and the fire hatches and a lizard crawls out of it, and he slaps his son across the face, and the son's crying, and he's like why did you hit me? And he's the only reason I just hit you is because in the future you're going to tell people that you've seen a basilisk and they're going to call you crazy because it's not a real thing. So I just slapped you in the face right now, so you remember this moment that lizard you're seeing in the fire right now is a real thing. But I mean, really, that is kind of maybe a good version of trauma-based mind control. Like you're going out with your dad and like someone makes like an award-winning, like goal and he just slaps you across the face and it's like, you're not in trouble. I just want you to remember this moment. You know what I mean? But it would work, wouldn't it? You would remember that until the day you die. Like, I remember the time my dad slapped me because there was a lizard in the fireplace.
What a core memory there, right? I think everyone should have that memory with their father, or just watching a lizard come out of the fireplace, right? And like being smacked across. Yeah, so where was I here? All right, yeah, the steps. So love bombing. You wanted to continue on that, or were you done with the?
It's on the bottom of the page and I can't see the screen when I hold it up. So yeah, I'll just skip that one.
All right, so love bombing. It's about 18 months. They go into detail. I'll spare you those. Fracturing the mind. So the fourth stage is built upon the foundation of disassociation created in the first and second stages, and the love created in the third stage. And then here, the demonology of the first step also helps pull in demons associated with programming, tunneling in the mind, and multiplicity, which are used in the fourth foundational step. All right, so I got to remember to always invoke those demons when you're doing
that.
Something.
Fourth step's a doozy.
Yeah. All right, so page.
And here, if I want to do my best to summarize these without getting into the weeds, because there's some nasty weeds.
Yes,
but
there is.
Step 1, premature birth, because you're like more potent or more attractive to, I guess, like the demons that come in, right?
Sure.
And then you've got step 2, and they induce some more like the trauma-based programming. The love bombing, this is also a technique in like just like regular human relationships where there's typically an abuser.
Yes.
And it doesn't always have to be a bad version of it, but love bombing is just like constantly giving way more attention that is sustainable for you for the explicit purpose of like making sure that your investment gets a big return, right? So I'm just gonna like start buying gifts and presents and just like showing all my attention, cancel all my plans. I'm just here for you, girl. But like you can't do that forever. So there's either some intention to like you're doing this for a purpose, like maybe a manipulative, maybe it's just because it's how you were brought up. But there's like a very focused aspect to that. And then the fracturing is when you basically, if you take a cold glass and you dunk it in boiling water, or vice versa, you take a hot glass and dunk it in ice cold water, it fractures. And the reason why it fractures is because you just went from one extreme to the other too quick. You can kind of like slowly bring it to the right temperature and that won't happen, right? So the fracturing of the mind in the context of this Illuminati, mind control, is that you go from love bombing to doing the ultimate horrible thing you could ever do to somebody that you've just been love bombing for the last 3 months or whatever it is. So you go from like a child gives their utmost trust in you, like they don't even think like, am I going to get hurt or anything? It's just like, oh, every time I see this face, I know that I'm going to be fine, I'm going to be fed, I'm going to be warm and safe. And then all of a sudden the worst possible thing happens to you. And the fracturing is that the only person that that trust and love and even recognize in the world just did something to you that you can't kind of like reconcile with all of your other experience. And I think in the book they kind of describe it as like divide by zero, or maybe that was something in my comic, but essentially that's what's happening, is that you're opening up the calculator and you're saying divide by zero and it just goes error. Like the human brain just doesn't understand, how could this have just happened? This doesn't compute. And as soon as you get them into that like does not compute state, that's when the programming can start. And for any nerds out there, remember like the old Xbox mod hacks, there was something called the Red Ring hack, or like the Ring of Death hack. And it was basically you could hack an Xbox by making it freak out and reboot. And then during that reboot process, you could inject code, and then that would let you play bootleg games where it wouldn't be smart enough to check for like the anti-piracy code in it. So you would just bypass that, and it happened through a reboot hack. But essentially, it would just keep rebooting the Xbox like over and over and over, and keep trying to inject this code. And the second it worked, then it would stay on and stop rebooting. But that's kind of how this Monarch programming is working, the way that he describes it. That fracturing is you're rebooting this kid's brain. And they don't know how to deal with it. And you just keep rebooting it over and over until either the programming takes, or you just reboot it one too many times and, the power supply blows out.
And what's really scary about this, bro, is how well you can break this down, bro. So it just makes me think about you, because I did see in this book that potential programmers were computer programmers by day, Illuminati programmers by night. So
And it said U.S. Air Force, check. It said Mason, check. I mean,
yikes.
I
Not a
also was in the country music industry for a little while. I don't know if I
not a good
mentioned that.
look, Thomas, if you get what I mean. All right. And it would make sense that you would have this
And
book
the
in your
Process
library.
Church too. I was also in the Process Church.
All right. So how you said they go from these two extremes, hot, cold, and then you have the initial splitting, right? That's where it fractures into these multiple alters, personalities, et cetera, and then they take these individual alters and program whatever it is that they need. I mean, use your imagination, right? Use your imagination as to what they could use. How Thomas was saying at the beginning, essentially, this is what the book is really about these different fractures and these different personalities. And then they break down the types of different programming, the languages, the different alters that they could be potentially
Which
used
cartoon
for.
characters you use to
Yes.
implant certain types of personalities. Like you might use like a Disney princess if you're going to be like a sex slave, but
Mhm.
maybe they'll use like Superman stuff if you're going to be like an assassin. Like they'll make you feel like you're this like you're going to come in and save the day, but really you're just going to kill John Lennon.
Yeah, exactly. So here we have, and then look at this thing here, which this thing looks kind of wrong, but the cover of the program of the ritual at the Bohemian Grove, and then he puts here, comma, in which a child is sacrificed and a film is made of it. I don't think we can say, so I'm gonna.
So here's that really hard crossover with the Franklin scandal, and I don't know. That was John DeCamp that wrote that. I don't know if John DeCamp wrote his notes on Bohemian Grove about that first, or if Fritz wrote it and then John DeCamp piggybacked, or if they both heard the same story from a different source and then
Mm-hmm.
independently wrote it. But that exact claim that you just mentioned is in both of those people's books, and also in I think there's a book called Franklin Scandal by Nick Bryant, which also kind of addresses this.
Wait, you did you explain at the beginning the Franklin scandal? I don't think you did.
So Franklin Scandal is known that because of the Franklin Savings and Loan. I believe it was in Omaha, Nebraska. It was a bank. There was like some embezzlement going on. Long
Mhm.
story short, is through the financial forensic investigation of the bank fraud, they discovered that this guy, I think his name was Lawrence King, who was a Republican. He was friends with like the Reagan family. He sang at the Republican National Convention. Like he had a lot of political power. This guy was legitimately running like an underage, child ring essentially to high level politicians. And the second that this broke, like all of the victims were kind of character assassinated. They all got sent to jail for lying and like lying under oath. They basically went to court and under oath were like, yeah, like all these things happened. And then they were like, nah, no, it didn't. You're all going to jail for saying it did. So I'm oversimplifying some of that, but the Franklin scandal essentially is if you were to take this manual that Fritz wrote, the Illuminati formula, and then actually applied it in real life, Franklin scandal is like, and here's the people that applied this
Whoa.
programming in real life, and here's what, and I believe Franklin actually makes a claim about like Express dropping kids off by Bohemian Grove and crazy things happening.
Because yeah, let's. One very important thing to mention, which we didn't mention.
This show was actually sponsored by Bohemian Grove, so
No, we
all
weren't.
claims are
Weren't sponsored by Bohemian. That and now the Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable total mind control slave is actually a manual. Now I don't know if I would consider it a grimoire, but it's a manual because it literally breaks down each and every different step on what they do to achieve this mind control slave. Okay. So it's quite literally how you're saying, like somebody could take these things and apply them to whatever that they're doing. And one of my favorite, or not favorite, but check this out. Ritual device. Several
your
victims
favorite.
of Illuminati trauma remember a special ritual device that is that is put inside a person and causes excruciating pain. It is made only from one kind of wood, a special wood, possibly myrtle. It has paint. It has a painted spider on it between two satanic symbols.
Okay, this
That's
is
it.
legitimately scary, bro. This is like,
That's
and you know
it.
what it is? It's the lack of detail that makes
Yes.
this feel more credible and creepier. Like
Yes.
maybe even Myrtle, and you're just like, oh Jesus, like what does Myrtle do?
To say, is that the Harry Potter lightning bolt on his forehead? What is this? Is this a dick and balls? What is this here? Like, and then a spider. All right.
Also, is that a misspelling in the name? Because it looks like it says Denny HLLGRS. Did he miss a vowel in there? Just this is the you have to read this all as a whole here. Like none of these things exist in a vacuum, and this image was provided by who is it? Danny Hergels.
Yeah. Again, I'm not making fun of what's in this book or the things that are happening. I do believe that, right, like the movie Sound of Freedom and all this, I do believe that that's an actual thing. The trafficking of humans is a real thing. But what I don't like is like the over embellishment sometimes of like the drastic theater, like make it huge and make it it's a problem. Point is, it needs to be tackled. How do we go about that? You know what I'm saying? Like we don't need all this other division with this party, that party, etc. Like, no, it's a issue. How do we tackle it? You know what I'm saying? So again, I know we're making jokes and all that stuff, but this is serious stuff. Again, but you take it for what it is. If you want to go and the book,
just know if they ever give you the option and they're like, we got the beechwood and the myrtle, always go for the beechwood. Never go for the myrtle, bro.
Because it's put inside you and causes.
That's a pro tip from Occult Book Club.
Yes. We have the idea of which I'm gonna censor that word out, and that whole thing, and then I had here what we mentioned at the beginning, right? Altars split. They can do different programming for different altars. They have a whole programming language, different concepts, different words. Are you saying different characters, which is all covered in here. Again, this book is very long, and one of the things, again, this is one of these concepts of like, why don't we know more about it, right? That like the child that asks, oh, well, there's aliens. Well, do you have a picture of it? Or if there's Bigfoot, oh, do you have a picture of Bigfoot? It's like, not really. So then he goes here, the amnesia walls that are built by traumas form a protective shield of secrecy that protects the abusers from being found out and prevents the front personalities who hold on to the body much of the time to know their system of altars is being used. The shield of secrecy allows cult members to live and work around other people and remain totally undetectable. The front altars can be wonderful Christians, and the deeper altars can be the worst of satanic monsters imaginable, a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde effect. A great deal is at stake in maintaining the secrecy of the intelligence agencies or the occult group in which is controlling the slave. So you can see where it's like a lot of source, trust me, bro. You know, I made that homunculus. You got to trust me on that, Thomas. All right. I don't have the receipts because my phone was dead that day. And what had happened was when it fell, the camera cracked. And then
I've actually heard this exact excuse from you before. I think the last time we were supposed to do this episode. So, but I just want to put in here that this is the part which I think is factual. And this is probably the scariest part of all this, is that it's not like Fritz made this aspect up. This concept of multiple personality and dissociative identity disorder, like these are real things. They've been documented. They've been studied. Maybe if you're a Scientologist or Fritz Springmeier, you think that none of that's real and it's all, Satans and demons and stuff. But this concept is extremely real. And one of the I guess the most sad aspects of it is, from what I understand, the legitimate research that's out there, like 100% of cases are the result of like a certain type of abuse. It's not just like you get born and it's not like autism, right? Where someone's like, oh, did I drop him on the head, or did I feed him like, did I give him like a granola bar that had aspartame in it or something, and now my kid won't make eye contact with me? It's not that kind of thing. It is like there is a very specific horrible thing that you can do, and if you do it to a kid at a certain age, then that results in a certain way that the mind protects itself. and this is real, and this is something that I do believe that we found out in World War II. I mean, obviously horrible things have been going on since the dawn of time, but in World War II, they systematically started doing this. They like made a formula, and they're like, okay, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. Oh, wow. Isn't that crazy? When we do step 4, every time that we notice there's like a split personality, it only happens after step 4. Like it never happens on steps 1 through 3.
And he's always
Therefore,
gay for some reason. I don't know why.
But I mean, honestly, that's the scariest part and the realest part of this is that if you pretend like you never even heard of Fritz Springmeier, and you just look into like industry accepted, Rockefeller medicine accepted standard writings on multiple personality and DID, that is like the number one source is from this very particular type of abuse, which is nuts. And the fact that that's what all of this program, like this book is centered on this particular type of programming. I feel like it's real. Like this is the factual part of it.
Oh, I did it for a second. I didn't know what you meant by the woodpecker grid cages, and now I do. I just read it. I
got a picture.
I had it highlighted actually. Yikes! Yeah.
This is the woodpecker grid right here.
Yeah.
And the reason they call it the woodpecker grid, first of all, there's a bunch of, imagine you go into like a kennel where there's like a bunch of dogs, right? Like a dog kennel.
So before you say that, Thomas, because remember, I asked you earlier, like, what are the specifics of like, how is this such a big like operation? Well, the initial splits and initial programming done at China Lake, California, and then he goes here, Monarch Mind Control was carried out in large airplane hangars on base, which have been able to house thousands of tiny cages just large enough for human babies. So lots of 1,000 babies was a small batch, according to people who worked in the hangars, helping program many batches were 2,000 or 3,000 babies.
According to people that worked in the hangar. Where's the footnote? Does he mention those people's names though? Oh, that's a shame. So inside one of those hangars, he also makes a claim that it happens in deep underground military bases too, I believe. There's like underground, the Denver airport might be one of these. But the woodpecker grid, I think, falls in the category of embellishment, but there's truth behind it. So here's the concept, and you see all these little clicking noises. So each one of these, the walls from the ground to the floor are metal cages, and they put little kids in the cages. And the reason why they're making this clicking noise is because they have an electrical current running through these cages. Now, it's not all the time because they're not just electrocuting you, but what happens is just for like a fraction of a second, you just get tased, right? Imagine if there was someone behind you right now with a taser, and then like, it's not like every 30 seconds they tase you, because what would happen after a few hours of that, you would just unconsciously start to be like, predicting that you're about to get tased again, and you'd flinch up a little bit and kind of prepare yourself if it were happening regularly, right? But if it were completely random, if someone just like tased you like now and then 5 seconds later, and then they waited 4.5 hours, and then they did it again, like right when you thought it was safe and it was all over, and it's like, and you get hit again, that's what these cages are doing. And what they're doing is making it so that your body can no longer predict the trauma that it's going through, so it can't prepare itself. And what that does is at a certain point, you just break. Your mind and your soul breaks. It gives up because it says, I can no longer predict when I need to protect myself. So what's the point? Like if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. So just let it happen. And that's kind of what this woodpecker grid is doing, is it's saying like, submit to the chaos of the universe. You can't predict it. You can't control it. Just submit to it. And once they submit to it, there's just like this look in the eye, right? And actually, this is that final step of the shattering, according to the Springmeier rituals, that you get love bombed, then you get put into this cage. So there's the hot and cold, right? You go from being love bombed and everyone is taking care of you and you're safe, to now you're not safe at all. You can't predict it. It's just absolutely unpredictable. And then the person that's been love bombing you shows up all of a sudden. You're there to save you. They're the savior, right? And then right at that moment, when you're like, thank God, my authority figure is here to save me, that's when they do the worst possible thing you could imagine. And that's the moment of like, oh my God, you're here to save me. Oh my God, you just did the worst thing. This is worse than the woodpecker. So that moment is the fracturing.
So think about what that worst thing could be that they could possibly do to that.
So and the reality to this, because if the woodpecker grid and having 3,000 kids in cages in an airplane hangar,
So real quick, Thomas, to add a little bit onto that, these cages are called the woodpecker grids. The victim sees a flash of light when the DC voltage is applied. Later, this flash of light is used with hypnotic induction to make the person think that they are going into another dimension when they are blasted with high voltage. In the Peter Pan programming, the programmers tell the slave that he is riding the light. And then, yeah, that thing that they do also, one of the popular traumas that they do, which I'm not going to say it, but, and yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
also Ride the Lightning Metallica, maybe there's a reference in there.
Oh, yikes.
But I was just going to say that sort of like breaking. I think this is the embellished version of 3,000 cages and deep underground military bases and hangars and all this. But the real version of this is that there was research by Dr. Jolly West in MKUltra, and he basically said the best way, the most reliable way to break down the human is just nothing more than sleep deprivation. If I can just make it so that every time I see you nodding off, I run into the room and I wake you up and I flick the lights on and I tase you, and I just keep you up for like a week straight and don't ever let you fall into a circadian rhythm where your body can like go back into REM and repair itself and wake back up. If I break that and make sure it stays broken, the exact same thing happens. You're at a certain point, your brain goes, I guess I'm just never going to sleep again, because every time I think I'm about to get some sleep, someone wakes me up and then I can't go back to sleep. So it happens on a physiological level, not like an emotional level. Like your actual body is like, oh, well, I guess I'll just throw in a towel and just deal with whatever happens. So in my mind, that's what the woodpecker grid represents. It's representing maybe like a more realistic version of sleep deprivation mixed in with, like, instead of just waking you up, it's a little bit more of a rude awakening. But you could see where it like is based in real research from real CIA projects.
But they could still be a real thing. Maybe.
I mean, yeah, it was a real thing.
Yeah, he was. That guy. That guy's a piece. Hope he's burning in hell. So
I hope he dies. I hope he dies again.
Yeah, me too. So we have here, and this is again one of the things that turned me off about it. He's giving like specifics or where these places are at.
And we're just in the intro. We're not even chapter 1 yet, people.
We're
in the preface.
This is still like towards the beginning of the book. All right. So although he did fly every so often, West Coast would meet other programmers. Dr. Blue was another of the important leading Illuminati programmers. These top programmers supervised other lesser programmers. If something went wrong, they might fly a child from a programming location to a specialist to get it special help for its programming. The men and women of the Illuminati helped the top programmers out. The grandmothers, the grand masters of the Illuminati participate in helping with the programming. So it almost feels like he's programming you while reading this book. He's like programming, programmers, programming. Let's see how many times the word programming is in this. Programming.
Should we have put a like when we started, like, warning, if you are an MKUltra Illuminati mind control slave, like, do not watch. You might be triggered.
1,204 times the word programming is in this book. And then
I mean, that's not a big deal. I read programming books all the time.
Program 177. All right, so no. The word program is in here. 2,500. Well, that's program. It also is mixed in there with programming, programmer, programmed, programmers. So it feels like you're getting programmed as you're reading this damn thing. So it's almost like maybe there's a hidden code within this book, bro, of like read between the lines type of thing. Like if you know, you know. What do you think about that?
I think asking those kind of questions can get you thrown in jail for armed robbery.
Oh man! All right, so yikes. That's we fly too close to the sun.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah. All right, so we have. I want to touch on this here. So we're talking about the rituals and stuff like that. He goes, and this is where it gets again. This is where we cross over into like the occult, esoteric, because he goes understanding the rituals and trauma. Illuminati rituals are based upon the most ancient mystery religions. The Rothschilds like the ancient Canaanite mystery religions and use Akkadian, Hittite, Canaanite, Babylonian rituals.
All of them.
He just like clumped all of them together, like Akkadian, Hittite, Canaanite, Babylonian rituals.
Well, when you say Canaanite, that's kind of redundant with all those other things, because the Canaanite was sort of built on the top of some of those. Like it was, in that region, it was all Babylonian and Hittites and Akkadians and Sumerians, and then that turns into the Canaanites. I prefer Phoenician, because when you say Phoenician, it's like all of that stuff, like after it like gets bundled up with like a nice little bow on it, Phoenician.
So he clumps all those up and he goes, the rituals from ancient Egypt are also heavily used by the Illuminati, the Collins Sinclair type Illuminati bloodlines, and some of the other Illuminati families with a Northern European Celtic or Celtic background are very much into Druid rituals. Understand that historically the Druids gave up paganism for the truth of Christ, but that now neo-paganism would have people return to what the Celtic leadership gave up about 2,000 years ago. And he goes, the drawings below, and I'll show them here in a second, were done by participants in high-level satanic ritual. The one participant drew several pictures of hearts, which her coven placed into jars. Some illustrations from the Egyptian Book of the Dead are included to show that the rituals of keeping hearts in a jar is straight from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The heart was placed in a jar for weighing it for judgment. The twin mirror image goddess Mat at times stands beside the scales, and at the same time Ma is also placed onto the one side of the scale. This is similar to Christ judging a person while also being the standard against which a person is judged against. We have here in the papyrus of Kiana, the head of Anubis is on the beam and the ape wearing a disc, crescent, etc., etc. All right, so I'm going to show this.
And this reminds me of like Finders territory too, when they talk about like hearts in jars and things, because that was part of the Finders claims, is that they followed this van to like a warehouse, and inside that warehouse were all sorts of organs inside of like mason jars and whatnot.
Yeah. So we have chapter 3 is the use of drugs. So
hold on, I got a couple notes on chapter 2, real small ones.
Yeah.
So chapter 2 also mentioned, some of this is like, I'm just going to repeat what the book said. I don't have a whole lot of background on it. I would love to go deeper on some of this. Charles Manson and China Lake. So he makes this claim in chapter 2. Charles Manson, a programmed monarch slave who received initial.
Let me show you the ritual stick. So
is that myrtle?
I don't know.
Is that like hand carved Amish wood?
I don't know, but it's used with permission of David Carrillo, minister in Indiana. So it's a ritual stick. All right. Sorry.
What was David doing with the ritual stick?
I don't know.
Charles Manson, a programmed monarch slave, received his initial programming at China Lake. He lived with his cult 45 minutes northwest of China Lake at the remote Myers and Barker ranches, Scotty's Castle in Death Valley, Bakersfield, Edwards Air Force Base, and Papaludo's Store and Tavern, with a secret underground programming center, are all in the vicinity of China Lake, and all been programming sites too. It has served them excellent steaks. The base headquarters is known as the White House, and it looks somewhat like a yacht clubhouse. On the northwest end of the airfield at 3964 and 433 East, he's being very specific, the government has built a large magical seal of Solomon with each leg a quarter mile long on the ground. Now give me that. When he wrote this, he didn't have Google Maps. He didn't have Google Maps. We do. So I wonder if we could pull this up.
What's the address?
It's 30 at 3964, like 39-64 and 4-33 East. And this is in Death Valley, I guess. And he says California? There's a magical seal of Solomon.
39-64.
Yeah, this is or if you search, like, I guess 45 miles northwest of China Lake. Can you pull up China Lake? Are we doing we doing legit forensics?
Yeah, right? we have to, bro. China Lake. What do you want me to pull up?
Well, it says that it's 45 miles northwest of China Lake. So if you find China Lake on a map, and then we look at the little legend and roughly look 45 miles northwest, we should see a magical seal of Solomon if it's also the year 1990.
Well, what was the address? All right, what the? All right, so
Again, the address it says, which would be weird if it's still there, 39-60. Oh, I don't know why I just saw it looks like a Freemason symbol at the top, bro.
yeah, right here.
Oh my God, Illuminati confirmed.
This is the Boeing China.
Uh,
Boeing China, which they
Boeing.
were on the list.
This whole thing is all China Lake, but so 45 miles northwest of this.
So, all right. So this is China Lake right here. 45
Okay.
north.
So in the bottom right corner, right? There's 20 miles is what like so no, see on the very, very bottom where it says 20 MI with the little line.
Yeah.
So two of those lines would be about 40 miles to the northwest. So like it looks like it's like around Olancha or even in the Sequoia National Forest. And again, it says the base headquarters, known as the White House, looks like a club yacht house, northwest of the airfield at 3964 and 433 East. Oh, you know what? It says on the quad maps. So I wonder if he's got one of those maps where it's got like the columns and the rows, and there's one that's like 433 in E.
So this right here is 14 miles, and this is which direction is this? Do we have?
Well, that would be southwest. So you want northwest, and you want it to be about 4 times or 3 times that length.
But this is weird though, right here. Look at that. So you want to go
trying
this
to get
way?
me killed, bro?
Where
No, northwest. So
This
up
way.
and to the left, up and to the left.
45. There ain't shit out here, bro.
If anyone lives in this area, if anyone actually lives in this underground Illuminati mind control station,
Shoot us
please
an email.
reach out, email us, let us know where the Seal of Solomon is. Apparently, it's around here somewhere. Or, I mean, if Google Maps is in on it, why would they show you the Seal of Solomon in their satellite imagery, right?
Yeah, true. Give me that address one more time.
Again, it says 3964. Here, I'll put it in our little chat here.
39.
This is exactly what I copied out of it. Oh wait, that was 433 East. There we go. Let me try and find the. I'll mention the exact page what this is on too, in case it's of help for anyone watching this in the future. 3964.
Seal of Solomon, China Lake. Let's see. Let's just Google this. Let's just Google this. See if there's any. Because again, I want to, these are crazy stuff that he's talking about. But of course,
What does Snopes say about this? Does Snopes cover this?
Nothing. Solomon Seal, no. But China seals controversial defense pact with Solomon Islands.
I did a search, and the number one result was this book.
What'd you search?
I searched for 3964 China Lake Seal of Solomon, and the number one result was the Illuminati formula used to create an undetectable mind control slave. So, and it just says that it's his large magical Seal of Solomon is just a hexagram, which could have just been like any building at the time, right?
Yeah. I don't know, Fritz.
I feel like Fritz might have just had a map like handy at the time he was writing this and was like, that's a hexagram right there. We're gonna go ahead and add that in.
If I've ever seen a darn hexagram, a satanic one at best, that's what it would look like.
So anyway, that I found that incredibly interesting. He just he's being very specific in chapter 2 about that. And then also in chapter 2, he mentions a guy named Li Po, and it says that Li Po noticed the power of sense in ancient China. Alchemists studied sense very carefully. The case at Loudun, France, had nuns going into different dissociative states at the smell of different flowers. Cinnamon is a widespread scent used in programming deeper parts in a system. The smell of feces and urine is a trauma to a small caged child. So interestingly, they're saying that like if you were raised in a horrible situation, Juan, where like your parents threw you in a cage and you ended up just smelling your own piss and for days and days on end while you were just being neglected and abused, later on in life you walk into a public restroom and that smell of, you know, urine punches you in the face, it could very much send you right back to that earlier trauma in your life. And what he's getting at here is that he doesn't mention this in this book, but this is very true, that your sense of smell is the closest connection we have to memories. Your olfactory senses are like a direct link. And that's why if like you're in church and someone walks by and they're wearing like a perfume and you're like, oh my God, I haven't smelt that in 30 years. That was the perfume, you know, like my aunt so-and-so wore. And like, you know it definitively. It's not even like, oh, I think it might be murky. It's not like one of those tip of your tongue things. It's like, holy crap, I just remembered my aunt out of nowhere. So again, the olfactory sense. And he mentions that that this smell contains an alpha switch, which is a scent element which triggers the mind sexually. Mariah knows how to use various scents and incenses, Mariah being the Illuminati. Astral magic uses various perfumes. So again, I mentioned that analogy earlier on about like you go into the doctor's office for 14 years and you see your therapist and it smells like Band-Aids and alcohol, right? And you're like, why isn't this working? But then you walk into a church and you smell myrrh and frankincense and like all the interesting smells and sights. What it's doing is it's triggering you and putting you into a completely different state of mind. And again, this is the formula on how to do these things. So it's just telling you, like, if you want to put someone into a different state, burn some incense, right? Go in and you go into any tarot shop on the planet, guarantee you're gonna get like a face full of patchouli or some other very specific scent. And just like that, right? When at least me, whenever I smell patchouli, I'm like, oh, someone's got weed somewhere around here, right? Or someone's got a hacky sack, guaranteed.
Yeah, no, the idea of smells and sometimes sounds too, right? Like music, like certain song will take you back to a certain memory.
But it
or
can
whatever.
change. A song can change in your mind over years. Like you might misremember, like, oh, I didn't remember the hook going like that, and then you're like Mandela effect, right?
I just blame it on Mandela all the time.
But scent doesn't have that, right? Like very rarely are you like, oh, that kind of smells like this thing that I remember from 20 years ago. No, bro, it's like, oh my God, that's this one smell. Because
oh my God, I just my
smell.
pants. I know what that smells like.
I hope that you've got a better indication before it hits the nostrils, bro.
I just myself. I know exactly what that smells like, bro. I've been trying to find this airfield, bro, and I'm not seeing the magical seal of Solomon. I think I might have found it.
You might be searching for that for a while, man.
Circle earthwork right here, bro. I don't know what this is, but it looks satanic.
I mean, that's not. I mean, it's a very curved hexagram.
So there's only 2 airfields here. Okay, there's this one, right?
How did you not point out the Masonic compass in all of this?
Well, I mean, he says northeast. So if
northwest. So up until right or
northwest of the airfield.
Of the airfield.
The government. All right, so the government is behind.
I mean, you should be able to find 3964.
No,
right?
it does. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't see that.
Isn't there like a highway 3964 or something around
395?
Yeah, I mean, there's a very good chance that they changed the numbering system between the 90s and now.
When he published this book.
Yeah, he published it. They were like, oh, we got to change all the numbers.
So he says northwest. So if this is which way is north? I mean, we'll check here.
Which way is north?
So north. All right.
Oh, bro. Well, I mean, they're showing you a globe, so
sorry, I didn't. Oh man, they're gonna crucify me in the comments. All right, so northwest. So north.
Yeah.
West.
Well, now you're going east.
No, I'm just scanning around.
Yeah, sure you are.
Uh-oh, what's this here? Any satanic? I don't know,
Can you just search for satanic seal of Solomon?
Bro, northwest would be that circle earthwork there.
No, that's northeast, man.
North. Never eat. Okay, yeah, my bad.
I mean, I'd be surprised if it was still there. These all look like farmland.
That's what they.
That's
want
a
you to
water
think, bro.
treatment plant right there.
That's what they want you to think.
That's the smell of feces he's
That's
talking
a
about,
crop
bro.
circle, bro. Anyways, all right, enough.
You know what? Do a search for the tavern. It's called Papa Ludo's. I wonder if Papa Ludo's is still around in that area.
How do you spell
Shout
it?
out to Papa Ludo's, sponsor of this episode.
How do you spell it?
Papa Ludo. Papa Ludo's store and tavern. And that's the one that had a secret underground programming center. So it
And
would be
where's
kind of
that?
wild if it was still there.
Where's that at? Where did you say that?
It was in that same area.
China Lake?
Yeah, China Lake area.
Uh-oh. China Lake Underground Base. What is this? Oh, yeah, it's coming up with with this book.
Yeah, so I mean, trust me, bro.
All right. Enough. Oh, this is a fake site. All right. Enough lollygagging. Let's get back to business. All right, where are we at?
So chapter 3. You were about to get into chapter 3.
Let me pull this up here real quick.
And I know we're already at 3 hours in. We're only at chapter 3.
We might have to split it up, bro.
We might,
But-
although I took my biggest notes for chapter 3, 7, and 10. So I like if we go over those ones, we can do a part 2 and go into like the minutia of all the other stuff. Is there anything in
So-
chapter 3 that really stood out to you?
No, because I mean, again, so to recap what we've talked about at the beginning, he sets everything up, right? He talks about how he gives you all like a lowdown pretty much, and then he gets into breaking down exactly, literally with details and everything of what they do to program these people, the barriers that they put between different personalities and all these different stuff. And then in number 3, he gets into the drugs, and I mean, he lists a bunch of different drugs that you can use, right? Like literally, I'm going to pull up here real quick, but literally lists. Look at this.
Also, all sponsors of this episode.
No, they're not sponsors of this episode, but again, he goes and lists. So first we have drugs for mind control. Then we have herbs, right? When the victim's body is saturated with all the drugs they can assimilate, they will receive herbs, which often have a drug effect. So ayahuasca's in there. You have rosemary. You have a brief history of the use, applications, and programming. So putting people into trance, etching altars to go deeper into trance to escape drug effects, enhancing the trauma, controlling.
That one's
That's
wild,
some-
bro. That one basically says that you can program a certain altar to be immune to the psychological
Yes.
effect of drugs, not the physical effect. Like if someone pumps you full of heroin, you'll probably still start nodding, but there might be a way that you can like Jedi mind trick your way out of like an LSD trip. Maybe that's what he's putting forth there.
Yeah, in this particular section, so putting people into trance, and you have teaching altars to go deeper into trance to escape drug effects and pain, enhancing the trauma, producing out-of-body experiences, helping create illusions such as no hand, no feet, no face, no head. What?
Yeah, so if you're trying to escape pain, you can tell yourself like I don't even have a hand. Like they can't be ripping my fingernails out because I don't even have a hand. And if you can convince yourself that you don't even have a hand, then you can convince yourself that pain isn't real, and that's you disassociating yourself from that. So that's what that no head, no hand, no like it's basically saying like the pain that I'm feeling is like in my ghost limb, just ignore it.
My ghost dick, bro. That's the pain I'm feeling. My ghost sack. So I have the rest of my notes on my phone. Let me pull them up here. But yeah, go ahead, because that's.
Well,
that's
I
pretty
got
much-
some spicy ones from chapter 3. These are he actually cites a source for some of these. I tried for no small amount of time to find the source of this. So he says it's from a magazine called Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5 from 1929. Now, I couldn't even find whether or not Freemasonry Universal was even a thing in the 1920s, let alone all the way up to Volume 5. But also, it probably wasn't something that was mass produced and survived over 100 years. But he says This is wild, man. I've really never heard this before. A Masonic magazine for higher Masonic rites where sex magic is performed, entitled Freemasonry Universal, Volume 5, 1929, page 58. That is very specific. Page 58 states, certain forces are sent through the candidate's body during ceremony, especially at the moment when he is created, received, and constituted as an entered apprentice Freemason. Certain parts of the lodge have been heavily charged with magnetic force, especially in order that the candidate may absorb as much as possible of this force. The first object of this curious method of preparation is to expose the influence to this various parts of the body, which are especially used in the ceremony. In ancient Egypt, there was another reason for these preparations, for a weak current of physical electricity was sent through the candidate by means of a rod or a sword, which he was touched at in certain points. That's all it says. But the fact that it says that they touched the candidate with a rod or a sword at certain points and that this was a sex magic ritual, it sounds like they're shocking their dicks. Go ahead and write that down. 302.
I already have dicks down. What?
But
Repeat
he's
that
saying
again?
that in a magazine, I'm just open your mind. It's 1929. You
My
go
mind
to
is
the
pretty open
magazine
right now.
section, you open up the magazine, and it's like, in order to fully enter Freemasonry, you need to get cattle prodded on your dick.
But read the section again. Read the section.
In ancient Egypt, there was a reason for these preparations. A weak current of physical electricity was sent through the candidate by means of a rod or sword with which he was touched at certain points.
Where do you get penis from that?
Because it says that it's a Masonic magazine where sex magic is performed. So he's explaining this ritual, and at no point in that ritual does he say anything about sex magic except for that a candidate is touched at certain points, and he doesn't elaborate on what those certain points are. Now there are, I don't want to get myself murdered here, but there are, if you just search for the points of Masonry, there's like points on the body that are involved in rituals. None of them are the dick, but the way that this one is written. So anyways, he summarizes this and he says, long story short, Masonic lodges have been using hypnotism and electric shock in their initiation rituals for a long time. This combination of fear and hypnotism combined to seal the lips of an initiate in telling what some lodges are secret and criminal activity. And then he said it goes into like banking and stuff. Like first he's talking about shocking your dick, and then he's talking about fear and hypnotism, and then he says in 1919 the Illuminati created the Royal Institute of International Affairs with the Astor Illuminati family financial backers. The Waldorf Astor, which is where we get the name Waldorf Astoria, by the way, that ritzy hotel. Waldorf Astor was appointed. The American equivalent to this company is the CFR. So he's describing this original like roundtable group, and that somehow it says, dude, again, it gets wild. It says, late president of the Watchtower Society, there are two examples of men selected for Rhodes Scholarships. Bill Clinton went through this program. However, Franz decided not to go and led C.T. Russell's cult as an oracle after President C.T. Russell was ritually killed on Halloween 1916 with his remains buried under a pyramid. He later served as president from 1977 to 1994 of the Watchtower Society, which is a front for Illuminati Enochian magic. Now, the Watchtower Society, I believe, keep me honest here, isn't that like either a Mormon or a, what's the other one? The ones that aren't allowed to go to carnivals or celebrate birthdays.
Mormons or
So the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania is a not-for-profit, blah, 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 in Warwick, New York, founded by
Jehovah
Charles
Witness?
Taze Russell. Yeah, there you go.
which Charles Taze Russell was. Yeah, he was the
Christian, and he's saying Zionism. Basically, this is Christian Zionism.
No, but this has another name, bro. The
Pentecostal, right?
But no, Bible study movement. Oh, it's got another name, bro. Because I remember reading about the Jehovah Witnesses.
Well, so there's a little on
So they
Wikipedia.
adopted the name Jehovah Witnesses in 1931. There you go.
Right. There was like 4 breaks,
Yeah.
and they branched out in 4 ways, and Jehovah's Witnesses is just one of those branches, but the original one was Watchtower Society by this guy Charles Taze Russell, and that's who Fritz apparently just like he focuses and says this guy was part of the Illuminati and he helped usher in some of this programming somehow.
Well, here's the
Through
thing about
Enochian magic.
this guy in particular. I believe it was, again, it's related to Jack Parsons, but he predicted the date of the Antichrist being born. It had something to do with Charles Taze Russell, whatever his name was. Let me look that up real quick. Charles Taze Russell, Antichrist Parsons. Let me look that up real quick because Brother Russell believed. Oh no. Brother Russell believed that the appearance of the Antichrist had begun in the 1st century, and the date that he had given was the date that Jack Parsons was born. Yo, check
It's
this
all
out.
connected, man.
This is crazy, bro. What?
And there's also in that same section in chapter 3, there's this claim here, and it says that H.P. Blavatsky, founder of Theosophical Society, that she was initiated by Mazzini into Carbonarism. And for anyone that doesn't know, they're talking about Mazzini was part of this secret society called the Carbonari, which was like an Italian political movement, sort of like, if oversimplified, but if like the French Revolution was like the French version, then the Italian version was Mazzini. And remember when I mentioned earlier on about the Palladium Rite, where he was like, especially the Palladium Rite. Well, the Palladium Rite, this came from a book by Leo Taxel, where he basically just made up a bunch of stuff about Freemasons worshiping Baphomet as a way to make Freemasons look silly, but he also sold the story to the Vatican so that the Vatican would freak out and believe it and accuse the Freemasons of worshiping like it, and it worked. Like he got the like Freemasonry and the Vatican to kind of be at odds with each other, and then shows up. He gets summoned to the Vatican by the Pope, and then there in front of everybody, he's like, "Yeah, I kind of made it up to make you guys look like idiots, and here you are looking like idiots." Anyways, in 1996, in this book, he repeats something that Leo Taxel wrote in the 1800s, and he says that initiated by Mazzini in the Carbonarism, a form of Freemasonry, illumined by the Great White Lodge in 1856. And then he talks about going into the ancient Masonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim, which again, when he said 33 degree and higher, that's Memphis and Mizraim, because Memphis and Mizraim go up to degree 99, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good research that I personally believe that says that when the Bavarian Illuminati sort of fizzled out and, like, I guess died, quote unquote, really what happened is that all of those higher degrees of the Illuminati kind of got transferred over into the cult the lodge of Memphis and Mizraim. And if anything is the most accurate, like, modern day version of all of those ancient Illuminati rituals, it might be in those quote unquote higher 99 degrees.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard about that before, that they go way up there. But again, this is just different sects of Freemasonry or whatever it is. And I know you're trying to do crowd control for them or damage control for them. So good on you, bro. But
well, and then the one of the final notes of this, he says Alice Bailey had a Lucis Trust, Henry Steele Olcott, Elvis Presley was a Monarch slave. And then did you see him throwing some shade at Daddy?
Manly P. Hall, yeah, I did see that.
Manly Palmer Hall was an Illuminati Theta programmer with at least Grandmaster within the Illuminati and sat on the Grand Druid Council. Now, none of that would surprise me if Manly Palmer Hall's what was the guy that you just interviewed that knew him?
Ronnie Pontiac.
So if Ronnie Pontiac was like, oh yeah, and by the way, Manly was also on this thing called the Grand Druid, the Grand Druid Council, you'd be like, oh yeah, it sounds about right. So I mean, that doesn't sound too salacious, but the fact that he's mentioning like all these different names, and it's like, oh, and by the way, Manly Palmer Hall was an Illuminati Theta programmer. I wonder, like, does that mean that the CIA like summoned Manly Palmer Hall and was like, you have to learn how to do this Did they call Manly Palmer Hall and say, teach us how to program? Like, how does that work?
And it would make sense because he went and studied and like, was abroad for his the secret teachings of all ages, right? And would this count as like slander or something? Like if you're talking like, or is this freedom of speech? Like how does this work? Because saying a lot of big stuff and not really backing it up, like
if I was like, yo, Juan is on the Grand Druid Council, could you like sue me for defamation? Or
I don't know, but
and one other thing too is
process.
He keeps saying Grand Druid Council, and then he made a specific point earlier of like, well, most of the Druids, they eventually converted to Christianity. So like they ended up being A-okay. It's like the ones that didn't, they're the bad guys. If you look at history, if you look at history, there's actually a very specific reason on why the Druids converted to Christianity. And it wasn't because they just woke up and they were like, I felt Jesus in my heart this morning, family. It was more like, oh man, everyone I know is being tortured and they're dying in front of me.
So let's go ahead and let's switch over. Yeah. No, absolutely.
No, I like the Mets. No, I love the Mets are great. They're gonna win.
What was it? The LA Dodgers? Which one did he call it in specific? Those satanic LA Dodgers.
See, like if we were to ever get Fritz on, and I hope we can, like that's the kind of question I want to be like, yo, what is it about
He's
the LA
listen
Dodgers?
To this
out of
not
everything?
Even answer our email, bro. All right.
I hope not, man. I feel like we're giving proper respect for everyone involved. No? As respectful as it gets for us.
This is a comedy podcast, bro. And an ominous coincidence, Charles Taze Russell, whose Russellites now call themselves the Jehovah's Witnesses, predicted the end of the world would happen October 2nd, 1914, the day of John Parsons' birth, and just a couple of months after the start of World War I, when Russell announced his congregation in Brooklyn. So you have Parsons, which probably wouldn't have known, but he had called himself the Antichrist, like towards the end of his life, when he took the oath of the abyss, or the oath of the bornless one. And yes, and you have Charles Taze Russell talking about, the world ending on that day. So it's just a weird coincidence. So let's see here. Let me see what chapter this is from. I might have skipped something that I found really interesting. This is from chapter 2, I think, where here we go. This is something I skipped over. And let's see here. All right. This is again where he starts to mix like conspiracy with the occult, demonology, etc., etc. But he talks about the hidden observer. I don't know if you caught on that. Where
you remind me of Dexter again, right? The dark passenger.
Yes. The term hidden observer is fraught with danger, though. A demonic entity called the hidden observer works hand in glove with the programmer to program the individual. The hidden observer is able to see everything the system does. The people who control as slave frequently call up the hidden observer to ask questions. In this case, it is a demonic entity, and yet it is this hidden observer which each system has, and that some therapists are trying to access to understand the system. This hidden observer only tells the truth to its master because it is demonic. And then he goes into the term, the core. But yeah, this idea of the hidden observer, and I'm like, this made me think of the episode we did on the Liber Vacay, where our boy, what was his name? The esotericist with the Liber Vacay. You don't remember his name?
I mean, you're the homunculologist in the room.
Golly. I'm drawing a blank right now. But anyways, the guy that talked about how when you're creating a homunculus, you're creating an artificial demon.
Sim Salabim.
Yeah, you're creating an artificial demon. And now I need to know his name, bro. It's going to bother me. Hold on.
You just lost a lot of homunculus cred right now.
Yo, it's all good, bro. Like, there's so much stuff going on in my brain right now that... Anyways, this is a guy that talked about the idea of creating a homunculus. You're creating a artificial demon. And there was also the idea that when you're creating
Got
that
this in front of me. I
demon,
could have just looked it up.
that when you're creating that demon, or when you're creating the homunculus, you are becoming that demon. So you are like sort of possessed, I guess.
Here we go. Jabir Ibn
No,
Hayyan? No?
no, it was the scholar, bro. It was the scholar that it was a real guy. Like I mean, they're all real guys. Pingree, David
Oh.
Pingree, bro. There we go. He talked about like the homunculus being an artificial demon, and then there was also this idea of you become a demonic entity while you're creating the homunculus. And this is what this reminded me of with this hidden observer that you can call upon, like almost like an immortal alchemist that comes to help you and aid you in your alchemical work. It's like, hey, you're doing a good job. Yeah, the programming is good, bro. And then he just pieces out this dimension. Like what's going on there, bro?
Well, I don't know if he pieces out. I think he stays there. And the way that I'm reading this is like the word daemon, right? Like nerd out a little bit, but on like a Linux operating system or POSIX system, you got these daemons, and a daemon is like this process just always running in the background. Like a really common use of a daemon, for example, is something that goes out and it reads a bunch of log files. So if you got a bunch of programs running on your computer, there's a daemon that's like checking for the logs and looking for errors and bugs and anomalies. And if something weird happens, it'll take a note of it and let you know. If you're running Windows, that might be like an error that pops up, right? Or you got like your error event log. A lot of that is the effect of like a daemon. This daemon is this background running process. It's this hidden observer that's constantly analyzing everything going on in the system. And at any point, if you want to cut through all the noise, if you're like, you know, like my browser keeps crashing and Photoshop won't load, let me go and figure out what's going on. You're going to consult like the daemon services. You're going to look at your task manager and stuff. And that's kind of what I see as this type of programming. When they say the hidden observer, this is like you hitting like Control Alt Delete and go into your task manager and like, let's shut some of these programs down by like right clicking and doing like a force quit. That's the analogy that I've got when he's describing it that way.
And I completely forgot on the rant that he goes on about Wizard of Oz, bro.
Well, dude, that's where I'm queued up right now.
So real quick before we get there, he talks about hypnosis, right? And again, this is a long book. Talks about hypnosis, how to use hypnosis, etc. And then he starts talking about Alice in Wonderland, Alice following the White Rabbit, and how supposedly that is talking about unlocking these portals essentially in these altars in order to be able to access these like back walls, right? So the White Rabbit is a programming figure for Alice in Wonderland programming who will allow you to go to otherwise inaccessible places for adventure. He represents the master. The White Rabbit is an important figure to the slave. The White Rabbit gives a wafer, coke, sugar, cocaine to Alice and says, "Eat me," or "Eat it and I'll take you through the door." Takes master into closed part of the system, or perhaps over the rainbow. So he starts talking about all these different, bro, he's got numbers, got all this stuff. But yeah, go ahead with the Wizard of Oz.
Well, and also in Alice in Wonderland is there's a real MKUltra cited programming technique called Alice in Wonderland programming. But I believe the premise isn't that like it's based on the book. It's more about convincing someone that like the impossible is possible and vice versa. And also in Alice in Wonderland, there's that scene where she I don't remember, like there's like cookies or like a drink, but one of them makes you very big and one of them makes you very small. And that's again describing disassociation. Like if you can imagine yourself being 10 times the size of your house, and then you imagine yourself being like this tiny little bug on the floor, it's almost like going into a memory palace and doing like thought experiments. So it's this initiation of like, hey, we're about to disassociate. So okay, Frank. So Wizard of Oz. I'm gonna whip through some of these because, dude, I just want to read the entire chapter, but I'm not. So he says Frank Baum, the man who wrote the Wizard of Oz, was a member of the Theosophical Society. Actually, true, believe it or not.
Yeah, I didn't know that until I had read this and I looked further into it. Yeah,
that part's kind of wild. And then it says, few who understand the Illuminati wonder if Baum wasn't an insider. And then he has a bunch of examples, and I'm just going to read my favorite examples instead of all the text around them. But he says, Annie M represents Blavatsky's Mala Prakriti. which is this unmanifested logos. There's a carnival huckster in The Wizard of Oz at the very beginning. The carnival huckster is the royal families of Europe. And the royal families of Europe are secret Satanists full of powerful occult bloodlines. Dorothy is brought to Oz by a cyclone. The word cyclone came from the Greek word cyclone, which means both circle and coil of a snake. In other words, a snake takes Dorothy of Oz, and Dorothy's three companions represent mental, emotional, and physical bodies that Helena Blavatsky wrote about. Dorothy acquired these three companions, just as Theosophy says we will when we come into reincarnation. And those three components are the Tin Woodsman, being of ordinary flesh, but a wicked witch cast a spell on him. He kept chopping off parts of his body, which were then replaced by a tinsmith, until he becomes the first bionic man with a completely mechanical body. Boy, hasn't the Illuminati been trying to do this one? That one's wild, bro. The Tin Man actually starts out as the woodsman, but he cuts off all of his arms and his legs, and he starts building himself back up in tin, almost like this ship of Theseus. This part isn't in the book. This is in the written version of The Wizard of Oz.
And another thing I didn't know until I read this, that there were so many books.
Just in the world?
No. So many books of The Wizard of Oz. Like, I didn't know that the series was like 15 books, something like that.
Yeah, and the movie just focuses on like the first one, but it gets wild, bro. Like it keeps getting the more you read into it, the way more like theosophical in nature it gets too.
Interesting. Yeah, I did not know that part's crazy, bro. Yeah.
So here we go. In The Wizard of Oz, mind control programming, the wicked witch and naughty children cannot stand water and dissolve. Robotic clones are created in the minds of monarch slaves, which can only be mentally dissolved by mentally placing water on them. Dorothy goes questioning in Oz. Theosophists go on quests. So they're basically like, they're saying literally they'll create an altar that you can only destroy it by then telling the person to imagine like a glass of water pouring onto it. This is like a self-destruct altar. So like after the programming's been done and you don't ever want anyone to find out that altar existed, they just imagine it melting in their mind, and that actually it's linked to this Wizard of Oz programming. And it also says Oz is shaped like a mandala with Emerald City in the center, the impassable barrier of four-sided of four symbolic colors and a circle. The colors and direction given in Oz have other symbolic meanings. For example, Emerald City is green, and green is the fourth point of the Eastern Star of Women's Freemasonry and Satan's color. I've never heard that before, by the way. That I didn't know that green.
Well, you
was
have a green
color.
background, so
Checks out. And that the route that Dorothy follows in Oz is the shape of a T with 3 points defining an inverted triangle. So I think he's talking about the Tau cross, which we mentioned earlier. That's that the snake on the pole, right? That Moses had, where he's like, "My magic is better than your magic," and then bam, all the other snakes.
My magic is good
magic.
magic.
Yeah. I've got White Witch, Black Witch, right? A Wizard of Oz all over again, man. Theosophy. Yeah. And then he says that the yellow brick road suggests gold, the perfect metal. Gold being the divine source of wisdom. Blavatsky wrote, there is a road, steep and thorny, beset with perils of every kind, but yet a road leads to the very heart of the universe. This was the yellow brick road that Baum sought to portray in his fairy tale. He also mentions that the relationship between Dorothy and her dog is a subtle connection between satanic cult use of animals. I mean, if you're watching Wizard of Oz and you're like, I bet Dorothy's banging Toto. I don't know if that's the movie or if that's you, but
and also the actual story behind that actor or actress, like, it's pretty
Judy
dark.
Garland,
too. Yeah, it's pretty dark too. So I wouldn't put it past them that they were, but yeah, she was like abused and given like all these. So again, it is kind of MKUltra-y there alone with just the actual actress, like the way she was treated and everything after the fact.
And then one other note here, he mentions the ruby slippers, and he says that ruby-colored slippers are a symbol of authority at the matriarch level in the Illuminati.
The red shoes.
So again, bro, like QAnon, Red Shoe Club, guess what, dude? This book's from 96, and Fritz was talking about the Red Shoe Club being at the top levels of the Illuminati way back when. Now, I don't, in my mind, I feel like the QAnon Red Shoe Club probably has its DNA in this book. Whether or not everybody knows it or it's true, right? Like one of two things is true. Either this book was made up and influenced other books, which were also kind of made up because this one was, or there's legitimately an Illuminati Red Shoe Club that's involved in crazy stuff, and that so many people have known about it and try to expose it that they're all coming out in different works. But take that one as you will.
So I have here the most important programming script, the Lesser Key. One of the most important scripts for the Illuminati mind control programmers is the Lesser Key of Solomon, Goetia, the Book of Evil Spirits. The Illuminati doctors, green, black, white, and blue, that is Mengele, Wheeler, Cameron, and Mueller, were fully knowledgeable about the Lesser Key of Solomon, Goetia. In fact, all those who go beyond the initial levels in the Illuminati are required to study the entire book. It is an important ritual book. It is very out of fashion to believe in demons. It is in fashion to believe in aliens, in ghosts.
Shots fired.
Shots fired in the internal psychological wizard that guides you and other things which to those high in demonology secretly know are simply covers for what is used to be called demons. Both the high-level Illuminati and the alert Christians are saying many of the same things concerning demons. Is magical phenomenon real? So I wanted to highlight that because it was shots fired on the idea of aliens. And then let me see here, because he goes hard on the alien. I'm trying to find it. But yeah, he goes hard on that. Alice in Wonderland, the use of religious fronts. And then that's when he gets into Billy Graham and this whole like freaking...
He was on that dude's ass, bro. He was
so
like, on his ass.
Ever gonna end? Dude? He's just going on and on and on and on about Billy Graham being Satan and satanic and taking women home, knowing that he had a wife at home and all that stuff, right? Like all this stuff. I want to get to the... Did you skip over that part, the Billy Graham stuff? Because I did.
I kind of did, because I wanted to get in, like, he also goes on like Saturnian square symbolism, and like my eye drifted more towards the Saturnian square than it did the Billy Graham.
So he talked about the directed energy weapons simulating sodomy, which I found the most interesting.
Let's do it, bro. Let's just jump right into that one.
Yeah, I want to find the part of the idea of the aliens and it being implanted memories. I have to find it. Anyways, but go on about that and I'll find it here.
So yes, I mean, I'm going to just cherry pick because my notes on the Saturn stuff is deep on this one. But he says that the word Saturn consistently turns up as an important word for the Illuminati and upper levels of the occult, because Saturn's such an important concept that'll be covered. And he goes so hard in the paint on Saturn. Here are the highlights. He basically says that some call it star worship, and the bull was worshipped because at the time the constellation Taurus marked the position of the sun at the time of the spring equinox. I don't think anyone's learning anything new on that one. The fact that the calf was gold was no accident. Gold had satanic connotations. Trust me, bro. For a modern occult reference connecting bull astrology and gold together, see Esoteric Astrology by Alice Bailey, Lucius Trust, page 378. All right, so he's bringing receipts on this claim. Various scholars have also written that the worship of Moloch was Saturn worship. And then he makes this claim, which I think is really interesting. The merging of Saturn, which represented severity, and Jupiter, which represented mildness, was the creation of a new golden age, according to high-level satanic teachings. The Earth has been caught between a bipolar war, the inner solar logos and the outer Saturnian sphere, and that trans-Saturnian planets actually belong to Alcyon, which has treated us as good aliens from the Pleiades. This is where like my mind starts checking out a little bit when you start like, and these aliens are from this star system, and then the reptilians from the Draco star system, and only because the way that it's like so matter-of-factly stated. But when he's talking about good aliens from the Pleiades, I think that there might be some mythology in here too, because we're talking Jupiter, we're talking Saturn, and the Pleiades is also like an astronomical thing, not just mythology. So, and then he just keeps talking about grandmasters, secret high-level teachings, that's all about this Saturnian mystery. And then he finally says the term morning star, also known as Stella Matutina in Latin, is another name for Lucifer. It's also the name for Kabbalistic Black Magic Lodge, which Satanist Aleister Crowley led when the Golden Dawn reorganized in 1903. I had never heard that before either.
But repeat that first part again.
He said that it was called Stella Matutina, Matutina.
Yeah, I've heard Stella before with Crowley.
Stella Matutina was the name of a Kabbalistic Black Magic Lodge where Aleister Crowley led the Golden Dawn, reorganized in 1903.
Yeah, I've heard of Stella before. Yeah, I'm not
so again, bro, you were talking what was it? Genuflect, like 1996. The dude's writing about how it's all about Saturn worship, and that's how like the Illuminati is gonna to change culture, is gonna be through merging all these different pagan gods through this new Saturn worship. And 96, bro, this was like cutting edge. This is, this was like the height of conspiracy theory, trauma-based programming theories.
So I have here the spin principle. I don't know if you took some notes on this, but I found this really interesting because we have the spin, a network. One of their buzzwords is many times more greater than the sum of its parts. The New Age author Marilyn Fritz does an excellent job describing how the conspiracy spin network functions. He goes, "This is a source of power never before tapped in history. Multiple self-sufficient social movements link for a whole array of goals whose accomplishment would transform every aspect of the contemporary life. Because spins are so qualitatively different in organization and impact from bureaucracies, most people don't see them or think they are conspiracies. Often networks take similar action without conferring with each other simply because they share so many assumptions. It may also be said that the shared assumptions are the collusion. Quote, the Aquarian conspiracy is in effect a spin of spins, a network of many networks aimed at social transformation." So again, this idea that the conspiracy realm is like compromised and it's actually like part of like the psyop. Well, Fritz is saying that this is some MKUltra Illuminati mind control slave shit, right? So we have the Aquarian conspiracy is indeed loose, segmented, evolutionary, redundant. Its center is everywhere, etc., etc. And then he goes here, bro. And this is where it gets good, because the programmers enjoy setting up double binds. One of their tricks is to create altars which are given negative spiritual roles, etc., etc. And then he goes on to say standard roles within an Illuminati monarch slave. Note that depending upon what the system's occupation is in life is also determines some of the types of altars created. If the system is a politician, they will need special altars to deal with certain secret activities. If the system is a baseball pitcher, they will need altars that are trained to pitch. And check this out. So standard roles within an Illuminati monarch slave: alien altars for contact, bonding with aliens, and acceptance of mock alien invasions. So he's talking about alien altars for contact, bonding with aliens, and acceptance of mock invasions. So again, I don't know that he goes on to say angry altars.
Well, but think about the whole. I'm in a practical sense, right? Let's say that you go out and the concept of like a sleeper cell, right? Or like a Manchurian Candidate. It's where like you train someone.
Sleeper cell, but I don't know.
Okay, well, so like a sleeper cell is like that you're gonna get called to like activate at some point, right? It's there was a show called The Americans with Kerry Russell and someone else, and basically like they are part of the Soviet intelligence. They move over to America. They live here in America as Americans, and they're just waiting for the call the one day that's like, okay, now go and wreck things. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's a sleeper cell. It's like you've been trained to do a thing and you just pretend like you're a normal person, and then the second that command comes in, you activate.
Execute Order 66, and then they all. do their thing.
But that's what he's talking about is this concept of a sleeper cell. But imagine if the sleeper cell was you program a whole bunch of people that don't realize it about like an alien experience. So like I program Juan to remember that time he got probed by aliens with this false memory syndrome implanting, right? And I do that to like thousands of other people. So then when you hit a button and it's like Project Bluebeam, aliens just came down. There's this big hologram in the sky over the White House, and there's been 20,000 reports overnight of people that have been probed by aliens. And then you think, okay, the hologram, maybe I don't believe, but how did just 20,000 people across the country all of a sudden come up with like these stories that all sound the same if they don't know each other and they didn't coordinate it? How could that even happen? Well, maybe there's like a sleeper cell thing going on. Maybe you were MKUltra programmed when you were 7, when your parents dropped you off at the McMartin preschool daycare, and now when you're like 35 or whatever, you remember being abducted by aliens, and the Ronald McDonald was there,
and you're helping bring forth this narrative about aliens. And then after that, he talks about a whole bunch of different altars. And some of my favorite ones are the Christian front altars. The clones. The clones are little children who have been put into robot costumes and are trained to attack parts of the system which are not in compliance with the programming. The heads of the clones can be unscrewed. The clones can be taken out by various tactics, but there are hundreds of clones, and they each have been numbered. And then, so he's talking about clones. Then he gets into deltas, and one of my favorite. So deltas are alters trained to carry out special missions resulting in death, so like the self-destruction type of thing, right?
And assassinations.
And my favorite one was, let's see here, was I think was it the Egyptian armies? Oh yeah, the Egyptian. The Egyptian armies, bro. All right. The Egyptian armies are hundreds of fragments which have been programmed to have uniforms to function as part of an army. The main gods or spirits of Egyptian magic may be the names of the captains of the army, such as the following name: Isis, Osiris, Horus, Set, and Ra. Thoth can be another name. In the temple of Set, altars with Egyptian names abound and aren't restricted to fragment armies. The armies are built to protect various internal structures. The technique to make these armies are to torment the victim child in such a way that they make the... no, not that one. That wasn't it. Oh, no, it is it. It is it. So the technique to make these armies are to torment the victim child in such a way that they make the child very angry. At the peak of the child's rage, they split the mind. I was like listening to, I'm like, what is this? The result is lots of child altar fragments which are angry. These are collected and shaped into an angry army of little children. When an adult monarch slave triggers a protective army, the adult altar finds himself with angry children altars who are like a large crowd of toddlers who are screaming their heads off. There is no way to reason with these child fragments. Imagine trying to reason with a little 2-year-old who is screaming. Without any way to reason with them, the adult altar has little defense against such an army. What?
Do you think Fritz was just had a kid and he like keeps waking him up in the middle of the night, and he's like, this has got to be how the Illuminati does it. They shatter it and they make it so there's 20 of these kids waking you up all the time.
But do you
and then the LA Dodgers lose.
Yeah, fuck the LA Dodgers. Like, how crazy does this sound, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that sounds crazy. That sounds absurd.
But it's not, because if you look at it in a more practical NLP anchoring sense, really all you're just saying is you're setting a anchor and a trigger, so that the anchor is the second I can get Juan so mad that he becomes irrational, I play a certain sound, or like, when he sees the lizard in the fireplace, I slap him across the face. So then later when I want to like bring that emotion back out, I just trigger it. And when I do that, you're going to be so overwhelmed with emotion that you won't be able to think rationally. Now, Fritz is painting this as, like 30,000 screaming toddlers.
That's what I picture in my mind, like the swarm of like little angry babies just like coming towards you. Like,
Well, when I hear that, I think like, could you beat up a giant duck or 30 miniature horses or something? You know what I mean? But
Thomas, would you defend yourself against this Egyptian army? Like, would you punch the baby? Would you punt the baby? Like, well, would you slap the baby?
I think you'd
there's
be
no
overwhelmed.
reasoning.
That's the point, is that you'd be overwhelmed because you would feel like there was an army
Oh, these
that you were
babies.
fighting against. Yeah.
And you just like shrivel up and just like,
Where's this Black Mirror episode?
yeah, exactly, right? Like a homage to our boy. But again, bro, that's what I got. So did we talk about the sodomy through? He gets into like the use of directed energy weapons, frequencies, and then he gets into some patents too of like these weapons, which again, 1996, I'm sure the tech has advanced to a very high level since then, and I'm sure that
It's wireless now and it connects to your iPhone.
So again, I believe that they were using this back then, and then he talks about putting demons, some more of this demonology stuff like that.
Well, wait, can we focus in on the directed energy weapons of sodomy first?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you kind of glossed over it. What were your notes on it, or was it just the highlights?
Yeah, just that. Let me pull it up here. It was just the.
And I think you recorded a video playing around with some of those. Did you want to cue that up?
No, I did not. So, I mean, David V. Reynolds research, who wrote Neuroelectric Research, Electroneuroprothesis, Electro, etc., etc. Another way of using electricity is to use directed energy, a new technology on men's genitals. With skillful use of directed energy, they can simulate of a man or woman. Artificial sodomy via directed energy was first tested in male prisons. Elf waves will place thoughts into the men's minds as directed energy make them feel sodomized.
Believe it or not, this is actually in one of my books.
Bro.
So right here, a lot of people have heard of this top part called the stimoceiver by a guy named Dr. Jose Delgado. And he basically, there's this famous video footage where they've got a bull and the bull is charging him as if he's like a matador. And then he takes out a little remote control and he pushes a button and the bull stops in its tracks. And basically what they were doing is they were just giving him an electroshock therapy wirelessly. And obviously it's going to distract you. It was almost just like tasing you. But here, look at the bottom. It says, rumors of a similar project run by a Dr. Ivor Browning involve triggering the pleasure center of a donkey via a radio frequency dubbed the electronic carrot. And the reason for that name is that if this were the stick, like, electrocuting you so you feel pain so you stop doing something, that's the stick. This is the carrot. So the electronic carrot was like, you did a good job. Now when I hit this button, it basically like shocks your prostate and you just get like an immediate orgasm, right? So that's what they're talking about in this book. When he says directed energy weapons of sodomy, it's basically that electronic carrot or some other version of that where you can use technology to trigger basically like your lower essence of self, right? Like it'll bypass all logic and reason and tap directly into your sort of primal state.
Yeah, and when I read that, I mean, that's all I got on that. But when I read that, I was like, bro. And then, because when I was reading that, the Maui fires had just happened. So I was like, what? Imagine, like, just the possibilities are endless, right? If you think about that. So, what else you got?
Other than the electronic carrot, man, well, my next note's starting around chapter 7. So I don't know if you got anything, but okay. So in chapter 7, he starts talking about anchors, and he even cites NLP by name. And he says NLP researchers notice that people in emotional states in which the entire body will take up a posture in carrying it out. Memories can come to a person that cause the body to take up that negative state again. So NLP practitioners develop a language which includes terms like anchors, emotional state, and triggers. For instance, let's say you've got a particular song at a point in your life when you're having a good time, the emotional state. Now, every time you receive a trigger to that memory, such as that song, you regain that good feeling attached to the memory of the song. This is like NLP 101. If you're in a good mood, a good one is like I don't know, when you got married, like you and your wife have like your song that like they play during the dance or whatever. So years later, every time that song comes on, it's like, oh honey, that's our song, and it puts you into, I guess, like a romantic or an amicable mood. That's a very direct example of what he's talking about here. It's a classic NLP trigger through the auditory system, right? We talked earlier about like the olfactory. You smell something and it's like, oh, my grandma used to wear that, perfume or whatever. So every different type of sense you've got can trigger the other ones. So he mentions that, and then he also talks about reframing with metaphors, and he says the programmers use metaphors, a form of druidism. So first of all, that's kind of fucked that like the druids just own metaphors, and if you use a metaphor at any point, then you're tapping into like a satanic druid magical ritual. But he's kind of correct here, because reframing and metaphors is literally as above, so below. That's what a metaphor, maybe that'll be a simile, but it's in the same neighborhood. Because if I say that, like an apple to an orange is as to a cat is to a, and what would you say? Failed. It's a dog. But you're basically saying like, okay, I can compare two different things in one class and two different things in another class. We talked about this with Manly Palmer Hall's Occult Anatomy of Man, and he describes it as the 7 seals. And then if you read the Bible as if it were historical and you understand it, well, good job. You broke 1 seal, but you got 6 to go. So then you got to read it like it was about anatomy, and then you got to read about it like it was about music. And every one of those times you read it, if you understood it in one angle, then you should be able to understand it in every other angle. And that's exactly what he's talking about with metaphors and druidism. In NLP terms, they call it reframing. And one of my practical examples of this, I think I've mentioned this before on the show, but when I used to work at Disney and I'd have to drive into that traffic every day, like sometimes it was like 3 hours in traffic one way to either get to work or to get home from work. And you can imagine on I-4 in Orlando in 3 hours of traffic, sometimes like, you get a little bit irritated and frustrated with the cars around you. And it was getting to the point where I would park my car either at home or at work, and I would literally have white knuckles from just like gripping the steering wheel, from getting just like frustrated with, the cars going slow or trying to get into my lane. And I was going through NLP at this time, and I was like, let me try this reframing thing. And what I came up with was that every time I get irritated in traffic, I'd imagine I'm on my way to a family reunion, and that the person that just cut me off was my grandpa, and that the guy that keeps like almost bumping into me in my lane, you know what I mean? Like that's my cousin or whatever. So that way I wasn't getting angry at people. It'd be like, oh, grandpa, you know what I mean? Like someone should take your license away one of these days, and then just like ease back and don't get on his ass so much. And obviously when you get home, it's like, I didn't expect to show up at a family reunion, but I did show up and like I was in a regular normal mood. And it's not like I was going to get there any faster or slower by just switching my mind. So there's an example of reframing as above, so below. But he says that this is satanic druidism, that if you partake in this.
I can see that, and even visualization, how that could be considered like satanic or evil or something. You visualize things, you manifest things. I've heard that before, so I can see that. Also, nothing alters who believe they are nobody or Mr. Nobody or no name.
So he's got this is my last note for chapter 7. He has a story. A very old Chinese Taoist describes a farmer in a poor country village. He was considered well-to-do because he owned a horse, which he owned for plowing and transportation. But one day his horse ran away. All the neighbors exclaimed how terrible this was, but the farmer said, maybe. A few days later, the horse returned and brought with it 2 wild horses. The neighbors rejoiced in his good fortune, but the farmer just said, maybe. The next day, the farmer's son tried to ride one of the new wild horses, but the horse threw him and broke the leg. The neighbors all offered their sympathy for his misfortune, but again the farmer said maybe. The next week, the conscription officers came to the village to take all the young men for the army, but they rejected the farmer's son because of his broken leg. When the neighbors told him how lucky he was, the farmer again said maybe. So again, this guy saying maybe. If you imagine the tarot card and the Wheel of Fortune, right? The Wheel of Fortune are people being like, look how lucky you are. Oh, look how unlucky you are. Oh, wait, look how lucky you are again. But the spoke, the guy that's in the middle, he's the one that's always saying maybe, because they don't go with the highs and the lows. They're not riding the Wheel of Fortune. They're stuck at the middle where it's always the same. Like, you see that everything's changing, but you're not getting the highs and lows, right? You don't get happy and sad because you're just like, this is just how things work. So this is, he's describing in Fritz's world, if you can get someone to act as that maybe person, where it's like, oh man, they just chopped off my hand, how horrible. Maybe, maybe there's a good part to this, because the guy next to me, like, he didn't just lose a hand, so I think that's why he brings up this NLP in this section, is talking about that's part of the, like, being able to disassociate, is getting into that state where it's like nothing is good or bad. Everything is a checkerboard floor.
Yeah, and I think that is also right, like this sort of like mind over matter type of thing, which
Exactly, the no head, no hand, no foot thing that you were like, what the fuck is that?
so
That's
that sort of thing you can actually take and have like real world application, because it's not like, for me, whenever I'm cold somewhere, or like right now where I got to take a piss, right? I try to like disassociate, kind of sort of, to not think about that one thing that's causing you discomfort until you get through it. You kind of like grind it out type of thing. Like when you're at work and you're just like, I have 4 hours left. Well, that's 1 hour 4 times. And then 1 hour is actually 30 minutes twice, and 30 minutes.
Well, that's compartmentalization, but it's in the same category of just like convincing yourself to think about the same thing in a different way to make it feel different, but nothing actually changes except for the way that you're programming it to yourself.
Exactly. So I mean, I've even used that before. So what else you got, bro?
Chapter 10, he talks about Monarch programming. He says the Disney family and the Disney Corporation are part of the occult world. Shout out Occult Disney podcast. The names Dopey, Happy, Bashful, Sleepy, Grumpy, Sneezy, Doc, they sound like names picked to please children, but they're actually, if you love truth and you subscribe to both of our Patreons, you'll know that those are actually the translation from Scandinavian demonic dwarfs. First of all, I don't know if the Scandinavians consider dwarves satanic or demonic, but anyways, that Dopey, Happy, Bashful, Sleepy, Grumpy are actually the dwarves Toki, Skaver, Var, Dun, Orin, Greer, and Rodsvid. Which I don't know if I agree with that one, but I just thought it was interesting because, again, 1996, talking about Walt Disney and Monarch programming, this might be like the source of a lot of the things that we hear about now. If you go on YouTube and you search Disney programming or Disney Monarch, right? Almost everyone has found or brushed up against this topic at some point. But how many people in 1996 do you think were talking about Disney and Monarch programming? It had to be a really, really small group of people.
A fringe group of people, yeah.
And then he also, in chapter 10, my last note is on the Philosopher's Stone. And he says that gold has been long called the metal of wisdom by the Illuminati. I don't think I've ever read that before. There wasn't a footnote where he cited this.
Source, trust me, bro.
Yeah. Illuminati are well aware of the alchemical quest to create the correct type of gold to bring enlightenment to the world. Rabbis who know the Kabbalah, okay, have considered the secret of white powdered gold as the greatest secret of all times. Somehow the Egyptian pharaohs learned the secret of how to make white powdered gold, which seen up close is transparent, like the gold described in the Bible making up streets in heaven. This gold is monoatomic, molecules that have a high spin state, and it looks like baking flour. It enhances the pineal gland. Trust me, bro. And a similar substance of iridium greatly enhances the pituitary gland. Also, trust me, bro. Yellow gold, and gold salts cause the hair to fall out, but white gold is safe to ingest. I actually have heard that aspect before, and I think there's that's legit. That if you like coat yourself in like gold plating, like you can actually cause your hair to fall out. Like it's not a safe, healthy thing to do. But then there's also gold that is safe to consume.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard that before. They were eating mummies too.
Okay, and now here's where it gets okay. After ingesting white gold for over 9 months, the subject will become extremely psychic and disease-free. If that seems like something YouTube would ding you for. The person's
Hold on.
body,
Say that again.
it says, after ingesting white gold for 9 months, a subject will become psychic and disease-free.
All right, let me take that timestamp down. Yeah,
The person's body will also glow. Whether the Illuminati discovered this white gold and have been using it secretly when their adepts went into hiding for months of long training, or whether they were only playing with substitutes, we cannot say. So he's not ready to venture out on that particular thing. Like all of the other, Illuminati programming, and
it sounds like to me like that kind of fits in with like the magnum opus, because they talk about the alchemists like losing all their hair and like going through like this actual like biological transformation, and he's talking about eating the white gold. Well, the white gold also sounds like silver, right? So almost like a silver poisoning or something, or mercurial, because mercury is also silver. So
are we
maybe
just talking about colors now? Anything that's a color is now part of it.
You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, the colors are also very important when it comes to the alchemical process and the magnum opus, the blackening, the whitening, the reddening, the yellowing. So all of that. The gold.
And then he starts talking about the Priory de Sion and the Holy Blood, Holy Grail. And then he says that the reason that the priest glowed when he came out of the Holy of Holies after eating the showbread was because the showbread was made with this white gold, apparently.
Interesting.
And then it says David Hudson told co-author Fritz that he was supportive of the Kabbalistic goal of Adon Kadmon because Hudson knew the Kabbalah very well, and it seems he understood what Adam Kadmon was really all about. I don't know what the hell that means, but it was also a very interesting aspect where like Fritz doesn't often in this book say this person told me about this thing. So apparently he also really did believe in this version of an alchemical gold, but that the alchemical gold wasn't for riches. It was something that helped the individual, but it also wasn't like enlightenment or knowledge. It wasn't like a vague thing. It was an actual drug that you would put into your food and you would eat it, and that eating it would cause you to gain all this knowledge and to be disease-free.
Interesting. Again, very alchemical, and I that kind of sort of aligns with my research as well into alchemy. So I don't know. They were mercury to try to live forever, bro. I'm probably gonna censor that too, because
well, shout out to our sponsors, White Gold. If you a few lines of white gold, you will become enlightened.
All right, let's go ahead and block that out too. And the people on YouTube are gonna be probably wondering what that whole bleeping out was all about. But check out the Patreon and all that stuff. You want to wrap us up, bro? You done with your notes or what? Because I'm done with my notes.
Yeah, I mean, satanic white gold, and
that's a new one right there. It's gonna be very interesting.
I've got one other example again from Time Samplers, issue 3. Get them all. Don't just get issue 3. Get every single one of them.
Don't be a bitch. Get them all.
But here's another example of an altar, and this is probably one of my favorite versions of it, is that there's a kid that's like slaying a dragon. See, I mean, like what little kid growing up hasn't at one point grabbed like a cardboard roll or some sort of a device and pretended they've got a sword and they're gonna like slay some sort of a monster. So if you were to actually do that to this kid in one of these Project Monarch programmings, and you snap them into like, okay, you're going to be Knights Templar mode, right? Like put on your helmet, here's your sword. And little kids are great at role playing, right? The second you put that sword in their hand, like they're slaying dragons immediately. Just like when I came out of 3 Ninjas in the movie theater, I would be a ninja for the next week until like you break something.
Or like a Jet Li movie. You'd be
Yeah,
fucking
dude,
Jet Li all week.
Like specifically kids, right? Like as an adult, if you went and saw a Jet Li movie and then you came out and you tell your wife, you're like, hey, I think maybe I'm gonna start doing karate. It's like, all right, midlife crisis guy. But as a kid, it's kind of endearing and it's very normal to do that. But that exact concept of like going in, seeing something, and then wanting to become that thing is sort of where all of this stems from. And where is the place that happens the most often? I would go right back to Hollywood.
Yeah, no, most definitely. So, you have anything else you want to wrap up with, Thomas? You want to plug anything before we get out of here? It's been 4 hours. My eyes are burning.
Time Samplers, issue 3, issue 4, issue 1. We got special editions that are coming out eventually. What else, man? I got this one's not even out. Oh yeah, this is an old version of Secret Mystery School. Here's the first OG version of Secret Mystery School. Shout out. This is also issue 3, where I said issue 3 is always my favorite comic. This was my favorite one of Secret Mystery School too. This is called the Battle Axe.
Did you ever finish Lee's Demons? Like, is that ever coming out? That one's dope.
You're not allowed to talk about that.
Come on. What happened?
No, it is coming out. There's only 20 more pages to do. 180 pages are done. 180. So it's going to be a 6-issue series. I'm going to release it an issue at a time, and then I'll release all of them together as a trade paperback, just so I can milk every last little dime and penny out of everybody. And then I'll release the gold edition, and then the platinum edition, and then the homunculus edition. But yeah, Lee's Demon's going to be coming out. I've got trading cards that'll be coming out next year, conspiracy cards. Sam Tripoli just announced Chaos Twins, which is the book that I've been working on with him. I got a video game that's going to be on Steam in December called Lucifer Lives in Lower Manhattan. Man, I got everything. ParanoidAmerican.com. You can follow whatever I just dropped. I'm dropping something and OccultDecode.com. Shout out. You pulled that up earlier when we talk about these topics, and Juan doesn't have the time to edit out things like and Bleach. When he doesn't want to have time to edit all those annoying phrases out that'll get him demonetized and banned, like Hillary Clinton carved off a girl's face and called it. You would go to occultdecode.com. So when someone says something like forced homunculus work,
shut the up, bro.
So final cap there. If you go to Occult Decode and search for the term thrill oxide, it'll show you what we really mean next time when Juan doesn't have the time to censor out words like adrenochrome.
Sometimes I don't care, bro. Welcome to the YouTube crowd. It sucks, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta play ball. You gotta go where the people are at. So that's why we're here. If you're listening to this on the RSS feed, on YouTube, on Rumble, Rockfin, wherever it is, who cares? Leave a comment, leave a review, leave whatever. Helps the show out. And if you love the truth, you're going to subscribe to the Patreons, patreon.com/
You don't even have to love us. You just have to love the truth.
The truth.
Even if you hate us, you have to love the truth. And then you got to pay the Patreon.
Patreon.com/ the one-on-one podcast. Patreon.com/ Paranoid American. He's pumping out stuff. I'm pumping out stuff. We're all pumping out stuff. So make sure to check it out. TJOJP.com. Get your
pumping out these moon children left and right.
Pumping out moon children left and right. So
Moon Children. There's the next one. It's going to be Moon Children and Nephilim portal babies combined.
Make sure to check that out. As always, everyone, don't be a piece of shit. Love each other, and don't read this book. Bye.